Good morning, and welcome to the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be given by our chaplain, Commissioner Stacy White.
Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Followed by an invocation given, an invocation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll ask that everyone please stand, and we'll begin with the pledge. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, I pray that you will guide this board, our staff, and stakeholders this morning as we make important decisions on a finite resource. Pray that you'll guide us to make the decisions that are in the best interest of the community, but also balance private property rights, and that we open our hearts and minds and think of future generations. As always, I pray for our first responders and members of our armed forces. Pray that you'll guide them and keep them safe each and every day. I ask for these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
And our board chair has let us know that she would be absent for today's meeting. And we'll just take a roll call to establish the quorum.
Overman, Cohen,
Here.
Hagan,
Here.
Kemp, here, Myers,
Here.
Smith,
Here.
White.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. And we're going to go over the withdrawals, continuances, and remands. And as we do, I want to just tell the board we do have as you know, an off the agenda item today dealing with the air curtain incinerator issue we had asked staff to bring forward today. So possibly after Mr. Grady informs us about withdrawals, continuances, and remands, our motion might include to take that up after consent. And that way we could, release anybody who had come specifically for that issue for the day and get that disposed of early. So, Mr. Grady.
Good morning, Commissioners. Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. I'll go through the changes and addendum to the agenda and then go through the published withdrawals and continuances on 4. The changes to the agenda include on page 4, item A7, application PRS 22-0739. This application has been withdrawn by the applicant. And the next change is on page 13 of the agenda. It's item A3. Item E3, the rezoning application, item E3, which is the PRS 22-0941. The correction to condition number 6 related to a transportation condition, change to condition 6B regarding clarification that they're providing for a 5-foot sidewalk, 1,400 linear feet along the east side of Mango Road between Walmart and the Publix Commercial Plaza and Clay Pit Road. The next change is on page 14 of the agenda, item E5, PRS application 22-1093. The correction is being made to the report is due to the formatting area, the conditions of approval included in the staff report are not the correct existing conditions of approval for the planned development district. Therefore, the staff report has been revised and incorporated the correct existing conditions of approval. The subject modification does not require any changes, update to the existing conditions of approval. Therefore, the correction does not otherwise change the staff analysis as set forth in the staff report. Then the next change is then on page 16 of the agenda. Item F3, application Major Mod 22-013. There's a correction made in condition 1. Specifically, it's just to clarify that the 3 options outlined in the condition were changes to the conditions and were new conditions. In the staff report, they were not underlined, which is typically what is done to show changes to the conditions. So that condition has been modified to clarify that those development options outlined in condition 1 are new conditions that are related to the changes the applicant is proposing to that application. And the final change to the agenda is an off the agenda item, an update on the status of the yard waste air incinerator at 1225 Crystal Lake Road, Lutz. And then I'll go to the published withdrawals and continuances beginning on page 4 of the agenda. Item A6, PRS 22-0738. The staff is requesting this item be continued. Actually, my apologies. I'm on the wrong page. Sorry. Actually, I'm beginning on page 3 of the agenda. Item A1, rezoning PD 18-0996. The applicant street front commercial property. Staff is requesting this item be continued to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Item A2, PRS 22-0523. This application out of order to be heard is being continued to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Item A3, PRS 22-0657. This application out of order to be heard and has been continued to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Item A4, rezoning standard 22-0697. Staff is requesting this item be continued to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Item A5, PRS 22-0730. This application has been continued by the applicant as a matter of right to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting at 9 a.m. Item A6, PRS 22-0738. Staff is requesting this item be continued to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. As noted in the change of the agenda, item A7 has been withdrawn. That's PRS 22-0739. Item A8, rezoning standard 22-0812. Staff is requesting this item be remanded to the October 17, 2022 zoning hearing master hearing. Item A9, special use land excavation application 22-0920. This application out of order to be heard and is being continued to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Item A10, PRS 22-0937. This application has been continued by the applicant as a matter of right to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting at 9 a.m. Item A11, PRS 22-0938. This application is out of order to be heard and is being continued to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting at 9 a.m. Item A12, PRS 22-0940. This application is continued by the applicant as a matter of right to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Item A13, PRS 22-0954. Staff is requesting this item be continued to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Item A14, PRS 22-1006. This application be continued by the applicant as a matter of right to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting at 9 a.m. Item A15, PRS 22-1008. Staff is requesting this item be continued to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting at 9 a.m. And item A16, PRS 22-1040. This application will be continued by the applicant as a matter of right to the October 11, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting at 9 a.m. Item A17, PRS 22-1041. The staff is requesting this item be continued to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting at 9 a.m. Item A18, PRS 22-1084. This application will be continued by staff to the October 11, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting at 9 a.m. Item A19, PRS 22-1091. This application is continued by the applicant as a matter of right to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting at 9 a.m. Item A2, CDD 22-0784. Staff is requesting this item be continued to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting at 9 a.m. And item A21, vacating petition V21-0014. Staff is requesting this item be continued to the September 13, 2022 Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting at 9 a.m. That concludes changes and withdrawals and continuance to the agenda.
Move approval. And I guess at this time, should the same motion to take up the incinerator issue right following this?
Right after consent.
Right after
Second.
consent.
All right, got a motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Cohen. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And we'll take up the consent agenda at this time.
Move approval.
Second.
Good motion to approve by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner White. Let's take a roll call vote, or record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
All right, if anybody has an item that was on the consent agenda, it has been acted on. And at this time, we'll take up the off the agenda item. Ms. Lundgren, we don't need to administer the oath for this, do we?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to the item I2, off the agenda item, and Mr. Gormley will present the item.
Madam Chair, I wanted to make a couple comments.
I'm sorry?
Madam Chair, I wanted to make a couple comments in advance.
Before he
Yes.
even starts?
Yes,
Sure,
please.
go ahead, Commissioner.
I want to first of all thank the board for supporting me last week. I knew what I was asking for was unprecedented. It was a very challenging route to go, knowing that procedurally this was supposed to be an administrative issue. It did not come under our purview, yet I felt very strongly that we needed to be aligned with the neighborhood and do everything that we could to prevent this ACI from going into this residential area. As we heard, Mr. Marani did not support that direction, and I knew it was going to be challenging, and I just want to thank each board member for staying with the neighborhood and doing the right thing, even though we knew it was unprecedented and it could have led to legal challenges, and we were uncertain of what would happen. So again, I want to thank you for doing that. As I'm sure you know, the reaction was swift. That day, I received a call from their attorney, at which time I encouraged them to rescind their permit application as well as their site development plan. I'm very pleased that they've done that. So a clear victory for the neighborhood. I want to thank every person that emailed us, contacted us, had their petition. I mean, probably 1,000 people in total. They were unified. Very rarely have I ever seen a neighborhood come together so quickly and be so unified. As I stated last week, with respect to Lutz, I think it goes back to the 80s when it was an east-west road that wanted to go through Lutz, and it's been that long. So I want to thank them again. They were instrumental in our board making the decision that we made. That being said, the fight isn't over, and that's why I wanted to add them to kind of update us and give us some options. I also want to thank Commissioner White for his comments last week on ideas that he had to prevent this ACI from going into not only this neighborhood, but any other residential neighborhoods in the future. It's my understanding that the applicant's intending on filing a minor modification to remove this as a condition. But Adam, if you could just, I guess, give us an update, and then as well as your recommendation as far as options at this route that this board should consider that would be in the best interest of the neighborhood, and what would be the, I guess, also the quickest route to bring this into closure. So.
Thank you. Excuse me. Adam Gormley, Development Services Department. Do have some updates from, as Commissioner Hagan stated, there have been some events that have taken place since last Thursday. Confirmed that the EPC permit for the air curtain incinerator has been withdrawn. I could also confirm that the site development plan that was filed and in the beginning stages of review with the county has been withdrawn by the property owner on their own volition, and the property owner just yesterday has filed an application for a minor modification. The purpose of that minor modification would be to remove yard waste air curtain incinerator as a use that could be considered within this plan development. That application, we have that scheduled such that it will get to the board at the October 11th land use meeting, and at that time, with the approval of that item, there will no longer be any opportunity for this plan development to have an yard waste air curtain incinerator of any degree, of any magnitude. The use will just simply be not permitted within the plan development. So feel that is a positive development that has been responsive to the concerns that the board has heard, and responsive to the concerns of the neighborhood and the surrounding community. As to the issue of yard waste air curtain incinerators as a whole, this issue has gotten us to take a look at how they are treated in our land development code. I've had some preliminary conversations with EPC representatives on how they are utilized, and in some cases they're used temporarily to as an alternative to open burning on land. In some cases they are used as a permanent facility, but very few. Right now, our land development code doesn't make a distinction between a permanent or a temporary facility, and does allow them to be considered as conditional uses in all of the agricultural zoning districts, as well as the intensive commercial, manufacturing, and certain airport zoning districts. We believe that it would be in the best interest of the community and of our regulatory structure to relook at how those are treated in the land development code. I believe this site is a good example of a location where it would not be a good use for the community, and we'll be engaging on amending the land development code, looking at how it's treated, how it's permitted, what parameters there are with temporary versus permanent, and how they're handled from the environmental permitting side. And this has opened up a line of communication on these uses between us and EPC, so that we can be coordinated and going forward and understand how they're used, and ensure that they are only allowed in places where they will not be a detriment to the community. And we would seek your direction on embarking on an amendment to the land development code to relook at where these can go and where they can be placed, and distance separation from residential and other uses, which would come back to the board in the form of a land development code amendment. And that concludes my update. I'm available for any questions.
Madam Chair, just a follow-up comment.
Sure. Commissioner
Clearly,
Hagan.
thank you. Clearly, that's outstanding news. Again, I want to give all the credit to the neighborhood for rallying all of their support so quickly. They really did a fantastic job, an unbelievable job, and I want to thank them again. So I just want to be clear that this will be a permanent condition that would prevent ACI from going in the neighborhood, and this is your recommendation as far as the quickest route and I don't want to say the cleanest, but the best route for us to go.
Yes, absolutely, Commissioner. It is most certainly the quickest route. This modification that's been filed will get to the board as quickly as possible, and it is the quickest route for getting this item back to the board to vote finally on, and for permanently removing that as a possible use within the plan development.
And then in the future, we'll have a discussion on potential land development code changes that we can make to strengthen our regulations.
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. Commissioner Hagan, thank you for your leadership on this issue and standing with the community in your district. Mr. Gormley, thank you for the report today. I'm thankful that we've landed where we've landed today. I just want to say for the record that I wholeheartedly support staff bringing us recommendations on land development code or any other regulatory changes that would correct this issue on a long-term basis. I just want to add that our row crop farmers, most notably our strawberry farmers, do typically burn their stakes in plastic at the end of each season. They typically do that in their fields. So as you're working on proposed regulations for the board, just keep the ag community in mind. And I just want to make sure that we don't enact any regulations that would adversely affect our bona fide agricultural operations out there.
Thank you, Commissioner White. Good point. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I'm sure we're all relieved to know that this is no longer, or looks like it's moving in the best possible direction. So yes, the public coming out to speak in such a strong way was instrumental as I'm sure the citizens of Lutz know, in getting this done. And I think it was Commissioner Hagan, good to take the hard stop that you did in terms of what we do. And I was worried about losing some opportunity that might somehow otherwise stop it. But that was great that we went through and that this has turned out this way in a quickly, so that we don't have this hanging over our heads and have to worry about this. Well, I was looking, when I looked through this, I was also looking at ASC1 uses, other uses that could possibly be used, and not as to this property, but I really, as you're looking at the air curtain incinerator, some of the other uses I would like to have reviewed in terms of us explicitly approving them outside of ASC1 were game preserves, helistops, kennels. I think, and they did have a land excavation, but as I understand that is strictly related to agricultural uses, even though it has a slash and then some explanation. But I think the other ones would be worthy of us considering if we want to have those included in that agricultural category by virtue of right, or specifically applied for. Because I think as at least for agricultural areas in the urban, when it's close to urban areas, any of these might be something that could create a concerning issue in the future. So I'd just like to have those brought back to be considered as well.
Thank you. And I want to point out that and while we're thanking people for coming together and thanking our staff, and I join this board in all those thanks to the community and to our staff for acting quickly and helping to work with the applicant to make sure that the next steps are taken by them as well as by us in looking at the land development code. And I've been working with staff on some, details of the land development code changes that might be useful. I do want to thank the EPC and point out that how fortunate we are to have our own local Environmental Protection Commission. It is so rare and actually unique in the state of Florida. Typically, the applicant for something like this would have just gone straight to the DEP, the state Environmental Protection Agency, without having to stop at the local Environmental Protection Commission. And it's because we have this local EPC that they were able to recognize how important this was to the community and how important it was to inform the community. And only because we had our own local EPC were they able to declare this application a, what is it? It's a project of heightened concern. And that allowed them to set a public meeting, mail notices to a couple hundred residents in the area. As I got those notices, I'm sure as Commissioner Hagan did, we sent them out. I know I sent them out to people, community leaders I know in the Lutz district, and I know he was intimately in touch with his constituents in there. But if we didn't have EPC, nobody would have even known that was happening. It would have gone straight to the state, and the state would have issued a permit. Boom. And then it would have come to our county staff. This allowed us to be involved as the EPC commission and work with staff on ways to, on the best way forward to stop this locally. I would just like to suggest one of the things we might think about, while I know our staff is so good at thinking about creative solutions when we task them with making important changes like this, is to work with EPC and consider if there's any way, and I know we may be restricted by the state, but if there's any way that the attorneys can work out that when EPC has a permit come or a situation come that's a project of, that they deem to be a project of heightened concern like this, if they could, if there was some way to check with the county permitting process before even going to the public process of permitting at EPC, because I think here we learned we were going to have stronger teeth at the local zoning development services end of things to look at emissions, the construction permit for emissions, to also look at traffic that was limited in their zoning permit, and to, to look at it this way, so that if you could see that, this permit is not going to be granted there, you wouldn't have to have gone through setting a public meeting and maybe going through that end. So just, I offer that as food for thought while we're thinking about changes that may be able to be made. I would also just say, while we're looking at the process, while we're looking at LDC, the Land Development Code, and I know Commissioner Myers was concerned about this, as was I, that we look at how these projects are being vetted when they come to us, and remind the land use attorneys that bring us projects that when they're telling the public that a project is going to be, for example, in this case, reverting back to agricultural use, that they be very, very careful about looking at these permitted uses, because I don't know about you, I didn't know what an air curtain incinerator was. But we rely on the land use attorneys who are bringing this stuff to us to be saying to their client, now you're saying the traffic is going to be reduced. Let's go through your uses here and see if that's really true. You're saying it's going to revert back to agricultural. Let's go through these uses from game preserve to helipad to whatever it is, and make sure that we can come here and testify under oath that what we're telling people is true. In this case, we had the director, the founder of the assisted living facility right up the road, writing us a letter saying he was in support of this because it was going to revert back to agriculture, because it was going to reduce traffic. And, he was fooled into thinking this was going to be good. He put his name on there. And then his clients at the assisted living facility were going to be at risk by the fumes of this. So I just hope that this case lets us all, and I know we've had some emails pointing fingers at whose fault it was or wasn't, but I want to say we have to count on the people who come and testify to us to give us an accurate assessment of what is being approved in the zoning stage. And with that, Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
And I've been thinking about this, bringing this forward for a long time, but it might be appropriate to do here as a thought. And that is the way we do our traffic studies. I've been extraordinarily unhappy with our traffic studies. What we do is it's part of the application, and the applicant brings forward the traffic study. There are other jurisdictions. There are other jurisdictions where there's a fee charge for the traffic study. and the traffic studies are done by the county as an independent resource in terms of how the application is done. And I really would want to move in that direction. I know in particular Sarasota County does that. And I think that that would be a preferred way of doing this as well. I'm disturbed in particular by this particular application. I think it shows very well that we had all these uses in there, but we had a traffic study that only contemplated what we contemplated, which was agriculture in 25 acres and this development of 200 homes. We should have, if air incinerator with trucks coming and everything was also contemplated in that, we should have had a traffic study for that. We should have had a traffic study for every single use in here, if those are things that can be included and would make for a different traffic study. We shouldn't have, just approved based on what we were presented as a traffic study. So I guess, do I need to make a motion to have that considered at this time? I mean, I would have brought it as a future item. I've been thinking about it for a long time, but I'm not, if you could advise us on how we move forward with this.
Commissioner, we can advise you as you desire. I'll tell you that would create a significant time delay in
I'm not thinking about adding it to this. This would be a separate item.
Yes, it would create a significant time delay in our rezoning processes. The way that we are structured now and the way we're moving with some of the changes this board has approved is focusing on sufficiency of applications up front. It's certainly possible that we could hire consultants to do a traffic study for the county, but that entails having some detailed information on what uses are proposed. So the way we are structured now is the traffic study is part of the application that comes into us. If we were to do this, have consultants do the studies for us, it would take having that application come in, understanding what's proposed, then sending it off to a consultant, and then taking that whatever time it takes to do the traffic study. So that's certainly, if other jurisdictions do it, it is something that is possible, but it would have a significant impact on the process and the time for how long the rezoning process would take, the pre-hearing part of it. So, I mean, we'll take direction that the board would like to give on exploring that and coming back with options if the board would like, but I do want to mention that it would be a significant time delay in the process. We are, again, have moved with the changes the board has approved to our procedures manual, actually starting with applications cutting off and filed in September. We'll have a sufficiency meeting 2-3 weeks after the application is filed to review all the materials that have been submitted. If they're sufficient, they'll get a hearing date and proceed to that hearing date. If they're not, there's a window of time to correct that, either correct information or provide additional needed information. And if that window of time that's not provided, it would move to another hearing. So we are structured to have a different dynamic than we do now, which is an application comes in, it meets a cutoff date, it gets assigned a hearing date, to having a sufficiency review up front in the process that might push that hearing date out further. So just offer that as something that we do have in motion right now to address some of the challenges we experience with getting application materials as the application makes its way through the review.
I guess I would really like to just explore and maybe look and see what Sarasota is doing or others, and if that's just possible. I'd just like to have a look at that, because truly traffic is our number one concern here, and there's other issues in terms of that I would like in terms of making that more responsive actually as well. Seeing where the traffic impacts would be and asking for more precision and information as far as that goes. I've been really dissatisfied with the standards we have for understanding those traffic impacts. And certainly that is one of the number one issues in terms of, that's almost more important than where or how we put the units down, whatever they may be, business, office, or commercial, or residence, is understanding the traffic impacts of it. So I would like to at least explore that possibility. I understand what you're saying, but I'd still like to look at that more closely.
Thank you. Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Yeah, I was just going to comment that, you've given voice to a problem that this case has really underscored. And I'm wondering if maybe the request to staff could be a little more broad. To look at the problem, you've identified one potential solution, but there might be others. There might be other ways that they can go about actually, doing some kind of analysis quickly that satisfies everyone that the traffic study covers everything that it's supposed to cover. Perhaps, maybe we could give them sort of broad latitude to look at a lot of different things, including what you brought up, and sort of bring it back to us as we move through this.
Thank you. And I agree, it's worth looking at. I mean, in two ways. First of all, the applicant's responsibility to bring us an accurate assessment of what the traffic impacts will be, given all the uses, each and every use they're asking for, not the one that they think is going to be, but the ones that are everything that's included in whatever they're bringing forward. And if there's something that might bring a lot of truck traffic, they need to scratch it off the list if they're not willing to include that in their assessment and report to us under oath with their evidence, with their consultant, about how much traffic will be coming and going from that site. The other thing, and anyway, that's part of it. The other thing, and I think I've been thinking about this too, Commissioner Kemp, is you look around South County at the traffic mess, East County at the traffic mess, and even the traffic that is pouring into Tampa every day from the commuter subdivisions and sprawl that has been approved over the last several administrations. And I've thought to myself, we see essentially two different, just a couple of traffic consultants are brought forward, the same ones every time, telling us each and every one of these zonings that we're looking at on our land use hearings, the traffic is going to be fine. The traffic, there will be no impact. The traffic is going to be less than what you had. And yet, we're in this mess. And these traffic consultants who come in front of us and testify every single time, look around at their legacy, at their record. Their record is failure. So I do think it's a huge problem. It's a problem that our Tampa Bay partnership, our business community, has identified time and time again as blocking business from relocating here, but blocking people from being able to get to jobs. We certainly do need to look at any way we can improve, making sure that as we approve zoning by zoning by zoning, we understand clearly what the real traffic impacts are going to be. So I concur, and I look forward to working on ways to improve that facet of this system. All right. Seeing no further board discussion, it's time to administer the oath, right? As we move into the next, the regular agenda. So if you're planning on testifying today, please raise your right hand and be sworn in by the clerk.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Thank you. And before we begin our first public hearings of the morning, I would like to take the opportunity to remind all of the speakers, including those participating in Saunders Library and those participating remotely, of our meeting participation process. When it is your turn to speak, I will recognize you as a speaker. For those participating in person at the Saunders Library, please adhere to mask requirements and respect our social distancing guidelines. Remain seated, and please do not approach the podium to speak until I have called on you. Thank you. And that takes us to our first public hearing item, E1, and Development Services will introduce the item.
Yes, Brian Grady, Hillsborough County Development Services. The next item is agenda item E1. It's PRS application 22-0833. The applicant is Galen County Incorporated. There is a request for a modification to existing planned development located at 1119 Oakfield Drive. This is the Brandon Regional Hospital. The request is to add a pedestrian access overpass over Oakfield Drive to the project. Staff is recommending approval, and we're available for questions if you have any, and we can hear from the applicant.
Brandon Hospital, Oakfield Drive, all the traffic, they want to put a bridge
Okay, let's hear from the applicant.
over Oakfield Drive to go to Brandon Hospital. Yeah. They want to put a walkway, a bridge.
Right again. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Ken Tinkler with the Carlton Fields Law Firm, 4221 West Boise. And I have been sworn. We're here on behalf of the applicant. I'm very happy I'm bringing you a pedestrian item right now. As you can see for our one slide, what we're requesting today is a minor addition to the existing PD for the Brandon Hospital. This proposal would add an optional pedestrian access point to accommodate a future pedestrian skybridge. The skybridge's concept is tied to a planned development rezoning proposal that will come before you at a future hearing. As noted in the staff conditions, today's proposal is simply to allow the option of having an access point at this location by incorporating it into the existing PD, as we're not at the design stage quite yet. With me today is Matt Famal of Kimley Horn, who will speak next, and will be entering his bio into the record.
Thank you, Ken. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I am Matt Femel with Kimley Horn, located at 201 North Franklin Street in downtown Tampa. Your land development code specifies that adding access points to planned development requires your approval through the PRS process. So that is why we're here today. We'll be working with county staff to finalize the design and need easements in the future. Today, we're asking to add the optional access point on one side of the street, while we'll be back at a future hearing regarding the other side of the street. As also noted in the staff report, this proposal would enhance the mobility options at the hospital, improve safety, and reduce the number of vehicle trips between the two properties. With that, I'll turn the presentation back over to Ken.
Thank you, Matt. I just wanted to note that we have not received any negative comments from the community and staff on this proposal. We would ask for your approval, and thank you for your time today. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. That concludes your presentation then?
It does.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anybody present who wants to testify in support, any proponent testimony at Saunders? I have,
No one at Saunders.
yeah, I have no one signed up to speak, but is there anyone in opposition there?
No one in Saunders Library.
All right, and I don't see any other additional development services recommendations, correct?
Correct.
So there's no need for applicant rebuttal. Any board discussion?
Move approval.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Kemp. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. Yeah, I look forward to that pedestrian overpass. Item E2, we'll start with Development Services.
Yes, the next item is E2. It's PRS application 22-0844. The applicant is Cammie Corbett. The request is for a minor modification to a PD located at the southwest corner of Muck Pond Road and McIntosh Road to add and remove access points and modify building locations. Michelle Heinrich with county staff will provide a brief overview of the request.
Good morning, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. The subject site is zoned PD 98-0823, as most recently modified by Major Mod 070529. The PD is approved for 2 development parcels, which allow for the display, sales, and pre-sale maintenance of RVs in Parcel A, which is located on the eastern part of the PD, in an enclosed RV storage facility in Parcel B, which is in the western portion. Approved access points include one on Muck Pond Road, one on McIntosh Road, and a shared access point on the western PD boundary. Today's requests include 4 separate requests. The first is to remove the McIntosh Road access point. Secondly, to add a second access point on Muck Pond Road. Third, to relocate the clubhouse/office building in Parcel B further south into the site. And lastly, 4, add a pedestrian access point to the eastern boundary of Parcel A. There are no changes to permitted uses or permitted square footages. The site will continue to comply with previously approved hours of operation, setbacks, and buffering and screening around the perimeter of the site. On Muck Pond Road, this buffering and screening includes a 4-foot-high berm topped with hedges and trees. The removal of the McIntosh Road access point is necessary due to changes that have occurred since the original approval. These include changes to technical design standards, transportation mitigation requirements, and the roadway's development pattern. The one access point is not sufficient for the permitted uses, and the road frontage on McIntosh Road is significantly limited. Therefore, a second access on Muck Pond Road is proposed. The additional access will be located to the west of the existing Muck Pond Road access in the vicinity of Parcel B, and the 2 will meet spacing standards. Staff recommends approval subject to proposed conditions, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. And is the applicant present for their presentation?
Good morning, Commissioners. Cammie Corbett with the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 3700, Tampa, Florida, and I have been sworn. I have a brief PowerPoint presentation. We can bring that up, please. Next slide. This is the surrounding area. This is at the interchange of McIntosh and I-4 in that corner notch that you can see directly on McIntosh. That's a gas station and a Dunkin' Donuts, and this is the subject property. Next slide. It's had a long history of zoning and contested rezonings. Actually, in 1998, it was approved for 75,000 square feet of truck tractor sales. It was a contested rezoning, but ultimately consistency was determined based on the extensive conditions to address compatibility. It was then modified again in 2006 to modify that to have 75,000 square feet of heavy construction equipment and RV sales. That also was a contested rezoning. There was 1 remand, and ultimately, again, additional conditions were added to address buffering, screening, signs, lighting, and hours of operation. Then in 2007, there was an uncontested rezoning with no objections either in writing or at the hearing to add 154,000 square feet of RV storage and 55,000 square feet of RV sales. And again, that rezoning reaffirmed and enhanced the extensive conditions that Michelle alluded to. Then in 2018, there was a sales and leasing vehicle center, off-lease sales were proposed here. That was very heavily contested. That had 1 remand as a result of traffic analysis, and then that ultimately was withdrawn. Next slide. Fast forward to today, have a client who is interested in developing the existing approved uses of the RV sales and RV storage. As you all know, there's been a significant demand for RV uses post-COVID, here during COVID and post-COVID. This is the approved site plan. As Michelle indicated, that clubhouse is on the left-hand side in the circle. We had that office that supported the sales office was up front on Muck Pond Road. That's now being incorporated into the enclosed facility. And then you see that roadway and entrance onto McIntosh Road. Next slide. And then this is the proposed changes. In green, you'll see the addition of a pedestrian connection in lieu of that driveway connection to connect with the existing commercial. You see the elimination of the access point onto McIntosh, and you see the location of that second access and the design for the actual cross access to the property to the west, which is a required condition. And these updates were all required. We actually went in for pre-application to develop the existing uses that were previously approved, and transportation staff informed us that we would need to do this PRS to address the transportation conditions. And at this time, I'd like to ask Michael Yates to come up and explain in more detail what specifically we're doing.
Good morning, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. Just wanted to go through the access configuration. That second access to the west is a future access that will accommodate the cross access to the parcel to the west. When the parcel to the west was rezoned, the residential component to that was limited to only the cross access location. So the western access will not be built until such time as the parcel to the west develops. The project itself functions with just the single access. And as you can see from the site plan, we are doing modifications to Muck Pond to add a westbound left turn lane into the driveway. We will then also add a westbound left turn lane at the intersection of Muck Pond and McIntosh. We will also provide a pedestrian connection to the commercial parcel there to the east along McIntosh Road. And I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you.
Cami Corbett again, and just real briefly, we have not received any emails or phone calls with respect to this application or any concerns. I don't know if there's anyone here in the room, but we have not heard from anyone. And with that, that would conclude my presentation, and we would respectfully request your approval.
Thank you. All right, is there any proponent testimony at Saunders?
No one in the audience.
And nobody's signed up online. Is there any opponent testimony present?
No one in the audience.
Okay. Ms. Corbett, you waive your rebuttal?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Board discussion?
Move for approval. Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Myers, second by Commissioner Cohen. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And now we're at item E3.
Yes, the next item is item E3 is PRS application 22-0941, the applicant's Blue Skies Communities LLC. The request is for a minor modification of the PD to increase the building height for the multifamily portion of the project. The PD is approved for a religious institution in the multifamily project. It's located on County Road 579 south of Clay Pit Road, just south of Burbank Sports Complex. And right now, the applicant is required, is limited to a 45-foot building height. They are requesting a 10-foot increase to 55 feet. As part of that, they're requesting to be relieved from additional setback requirements for that increase in structure height to compensate for that increase along the western boundary against the single-family residential that would be most impacted by that change. They have increased screening. Currently, right now, they're required to do a 6-foot wall. They've added to that plantings of evergreen trees, 10-foot tall planting on 20-foot centers. And then along the northern boundary, they're currently required to have a 6-foot screen. They're asking for relief of that to provide for a more open vista view of the park for the residents. Therefore, they've proposed, in lieu of a solid 6-foot screen, a 6-foot chain link fence, and then again, additional landscaping and tree plantings similar to the western boundary of 10-foot tall and 20-foot centers. Staff has found the request approval and is recommending approval, and we're available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll take the applicant presentation. Sorry, we couldn't hear you there. You'll have to start over.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Braulio Grajales with High Point Engineering in Tampa, 5100 West Cypress Street, Suite 282. And I already sworn in. And I'm on behalf of Blue Sky Communities. Personally, I want to thank Timothy Lumpkin for his guidance and support to this project. And the traffic engineer and Blue Sky agents are here, and we'll be happy to answer or respond to any questions you may have. Thank you.
My microphone keeps going off like by itself. Anyway, is there any proponents in the audience who wish to speak to this item?
No one in the audience.
Any opponents?
No one in the audience.
Applicant waives their rebuttal then, because there's nothing to rebut. I'll take a motion.
Move approval.
Second. Motion to approve by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Myers. Please record your vote.
Motion carried, 6-0.
All right, and that takes us to item E4, Mr. Grady.
The next agenda item is E4. It's PRS application 22-1090. The applicant's Tampa 92 LLC. The request is for a minor modification of this PD that's located on the north side of US 92 and the south side of I-4. It's an existing RV sales and service facility. The request is to modify the site plan for that northern building along I-4 to increase the size of that building to accommodate accessory retail parts and other equipment related to the sales of the RVs. Staff is recommending approval with conditions, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any, now we have the applicant testimony or presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. As Mr. Ray has indicated, this is the approved general RV site located on I-4. It's currently approved for 80,000 square feet of retail, office, sales, and service. This request is for about a 10% increase in square footage for office and sales and for service to add a little bit of footprint. It also clarifies those uses. We've sent out quite a number of notices. There's been no one in opposition. It's strictly a small expansion to an already approved site, and I can present to you the site plan with the expansions if needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience for proponent testimony? Anyone in favor?
No one in the audience.
Anyone opposed wishes to speak at this time? It's a public hearing.
No one in the audience.
All right. Applicant waives their rebuttal. Is there board discussion?
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Myers, second by Commissioner Kemp. Please record your vote.
Motion carried, 6-0.
Thank you. Next item, Mr. Grady.
The next item is agenda item E5. It's PRS application 22-1093. The applicant is Dune FB Dep LLC. The request is to modify the portion of the property to accommodate modifications and access to provide for ability for common access along the northern property, both pedestrian and vehicular, with the adjacent parcel to the north, and also to recognize existing locations of roadways constructed as part of the development of the larger PD. Staff is recommending approval, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
All right, we'll take the applicant presentation now.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cami Corbett again with the law firm of Hill, Ward, Henderson. Next slide, please. This is the Southshore Bay master plan that you're familiar with. We've come in recently to seek approval for the public use of that Crystal Lagoon, and it is 2 interconnected zoning approvals. Next slide. And you've seen several modifications. This particular modification is just to modify the location of the internal access points, and it reflects the actual location of the connections and then adds a connection point between the 2 PDs. Next slide. On the left-hand side is you'll see what's existing. You'll see the access arrows. On the right-hand side, you see the area blown up where you see the actual locations of the access points. Next slide. And then this slide shows you the current zoning plan, or in the yellow arrows, you can see the access road was originally going to be towards the west. It's actually been constructed, and so the access points now reflect the actual location. And then when we modified the lagoon parcel, we added an additional point of connection to that PD to the north, and we're just modifying this PD to align up with that modification. And with that, we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Is there any, I have no one signed up to speak to this item here. Is there anyone in Saunders who wishes to speak as a proponent?
No one in the audience?
Anyone opposed?
No one in the audience?
Waiving the rebuttal time then, is there any board discussion?
Move to approve.
Second.
I'm sorry, who was the, okay, motion to approve by Commissioner Cohen, second by Commissioner Myers. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. Mr. Grady.
The next item is agenda item E6, PRS application 22-1144, the Applicant's Alliance Residential LLC. The request is for a minor modification to the PD to modify development option 3 to add a private park open to the general public with additional access, both pedestrian and vehicular, to that park. The parcel is located on the southwest corner of Bryan Road and Williams Road, and also north of Martin Luther King. On the site plan, the proposed private park that will be open to the public will be in the southwest corner in this area here. Again, with pedestrian and vehicular access to Estevez Road. This is being requested, which, and again, Planning Commission staff can expand on this if you would like further comment from them, but the purpose of this is to meet the requirements for the mixed-use requirements in the comprehensive plan to have 2 uses on the property, similar to other projects that they have allowed the use of a private park that is open to the general public with certain conditions to account for that second use. Easements will be provided to allow, have this easements to the county for access for public purpose, and there will also be, as outlined in the conditions, certain amenities required on the park parcel, and based on those provisions, the Planning Commission did find that this proposed private park open to the public would meet the requirements for second use so they can maintain their density bonus that they had received as part of the original zoning approval. Staff is recommending approval, and we're available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Grady, I thought I heard you say that it would be a private park? Or
It'll be privately owned, open to the general public, though the conditions provide for them to provide easements to the benefit of the county, so it'll be open to the public, and there are also requirements that they have to provide wayfinding signs so that the public is aware of the fact that it is open to the public.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, is there any, let's see, this is item E6. I do have people signed up to speak to this, but let me ask if there's anybody in Saunders' proponent testimony.
Wait,
Excuse me, Madam Chair, can the applicant present?
Sorry. Okay. You're recognized.
Madam Chair, Kevin Reale, 401 East Jackson Street for the applicant. May I share my screen?
Please.
So Commissioners, we're here before you today to modify a relatively recently approved PD, as staff pointed out, to assist with complying with policy 19.1 of the comprehensive plan. I'll jump more towards the meat here since staff presents first for the PRS. The approved PD allows 3 development options. Development options 1 and 2 include 2 uses to comply with policy 19.1. Option 1 being single-family detached units with commercial. Option 2 being multifamily units with commercial. Development option 3 was specifically designed to use the horizontal integration component of policy 19.1 to permit a single use of multifamily. And to facilitate meeting that policy, the PD includes condition 11 that requires a sidewalk to be constructed to implement policy 19.1. So the development plan is to develop under development option 3 with a workforce housing project. The developer is the largest workforce housing developer in the United States, and they already own the land and are wanting to move forward with this project. They develop here under what's called the PROS brand with Alliance Residential, created this brand in 2018 because of the demand and the gap in attainable apartments. And with that growing affordability gap creates a demand that they can meet with a specific brand. And it targets rents up to 20% lower than comparable apartments. So the target here is 80 to 120% AMI. And so now coming to the issue, so this is actually a great area to implement the horizontal integration of policy 19.1 because as you can see, just north of the site, there are significant opportunities for employment and significant non-residential uses. And so it makes a lot of sense to use that policy. However, it's become impossible to satisfy that condition because of this 85-foot stretch that I'm showing here. This 85 feet, you can see there's a sidewalk here to the north with some of that non-residential development. There's not enough right-of-way here. And so we've gone through a number of different ways to try and do this. First, we met with the neighbor who is long-term. We think we'll redevelop the area. Of course, can't speak for them. And we talked about partnering so that, we would be able to build the sidewalk. Offers were made to purchase it so we could give the right of way to the county and build the sidewalk, or even to purchase an easement, which upon redevelopment would end up being part of the right of way in the future anyway. And even though significant effort was made there, we weren't able to come to terms with the neighbor for this 85 feet. And I also want to talk about practically here. So policy 19.1, the horizontal integration, when it's off-site, is very specific, right? It talks about how far, what type of roadway, what side of the road, and all of those things had to be met. And of course, there was a way to do that in theory, but without the right of way, that can't be done. But I want to talk about practically. Practically, this isn't much of an issue because while policy 1 can't be met technically, practically, this development is going to be able to connect to these uses. As you can see, the red area there is the northwest portion of the property. And just across the street there is connectivity to this non-residential area that will be available to the residents here. So the request is to find a different way to satisfy 19.1. And what's proposed is to use a private park, which will be open to the public. It'll add pedestrian access. We will provide all the required public access easements and all the amenities. And this will allow the elimination of condition 11 so that the workforce housing development can proceed. As I mentioned, we met with staff significantly before making this application, Planning Commission staff separately, Development Services staff separately, and then actually the whole group together And it was in conjunction with staff that we came to this proposal here to bring before you all today. And with that, since we worked with staff and prior to even coming up with an application, it's not surprising to us that we have recommendations of approval from Planning Commission staff and from Development Services staff, and we're hopeful for your approval today to bring forward a critical need for workforce housing. And when I close here, I'll just note that there's no change in density requested. There's no change in the residential use requested. This is something that was approved with the current unit count by most of the members on the board today. So really, it's just about implementing, and with the practical considerations, we think that is really a benefit because we're going to add amenity available for the development, for the neighbors, and practically you still get the connectivity effect of policy 19.1 because of that connectivity to the northwest of the property. And with that, we're available to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and I do have people signed up, but I guess I got confused because I was seeing that most of them seem to be with the applicant's team. Mr. Reale, can you confirm that Ms. Batzel and Mr. Clark, Lee, Simmons, and Anderson are with your team?
Yes, everyone is remote today. Let me just confirm.
Nathan Lee, Ryan Clark.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so none of these then are additional speakers who need to speak. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak as a proponent?
No one in the audience.
Any opponent testimony?
No one in the audience.
All right, then there's no need for an applicant rebuttal, and I'll ask for board discussion. Going once.
Approval.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Cohen, second by Commissioner Myers, but I see Commissioner Kemp, you're in the queue to speak.
Thanks. I just have a few questions about this. So option number 3 was picked. I don't know if this is for staff. I could ask the applicant. How many units will go here?
I can speak to that. This is Bobby Anderson, Alliance President.
Your microphone, I'm not hearing.
Okay.
Mr. Anderson, we did hear you, but you were low. You may just need to move closer to your microphone.
Is that better?
Much.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, this is Bobby Anderson, Alliance Residential, 222 West Comstock Avenue, Winter Park, Florida. I have also been sworn in. So we are planning on developing 336 workforce housing units in this location, which is what is consistent with the existing zoning under option 3.
So that would be apartment buildings when you...
That's correct, yes. 330, so it's 336 units in 4-story elevator apartment buildings.
And when you say workforce housing, does that mean that every one of the 336, because I heard 120% of AMI, is that what you're talking about, 336?
Yeah, that's correct, Commissioner. So essentially about 4 years ago, being one of the largest apartment developers in the country, we kind of identified that this was a huge problem across the country, obviously is a huge problem in Central Florida and specifically in Hillsborough County right now. So we designed and spent nearly a year really working through a design of an apartment, looking at every window, every nut, every bolt in order to bring in be able to deliver, a quality that competes with some of the stuff that people pitch as luxury apartment project, and to be able to hit the 80 to 120% AMI workforce rents. And so that's what we're proposing here. The one thing I would say is sometimes when we use the word workforce or attainable, people think that we're subsidizing this product through tax credits or something along those lines, and that's not the case. This functions specifically as market rate apartments to, the local municipalities. So we're not asking for impact fee breaks, permit fee breaks. We're not having to line up anything else. We have, private capital and lender lined up on this deal, ready to go. So all of this functions in the same way a regular apartment building would, but at the same time, because of some of the things that we're able to do, is we can bring the rents down in that 80 to 120%, which allows us, to provide somebody with a quality housing at those prices. But I think the other thing it does, and specifically in this area, is that because we're going to be providing a newer apartment that has better finishes than some of the 20-year-old stuff that is currently being used for workforce housing, is that we'll also put pressure on some of the local competition to keep their rates reasonable.
And so are there some number of these that are going to actually be for 80% instead of 120%? I just want to understand.
It's going to be in the 80 to 120% range. Anything less than 80%, just to be quite frank with you, is that, with construction costs and inflation going the way that it has, is that you need to subsidize in order to get underneath the 80%.
Of course.
It just doesn't. It's the margins on these are just really thin.
Do you have any real numbers, though? I mean, can you tell me, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 will be at 80% and others will be at a different, or are they all going to be at 120%? Do you have any set numbers? I'm just wondering.
I mean, based upon pro forma, what I'd say is in this particular location, and probably most importantly, because we had to go to 4-story from 3-story on this site in order to work with EPC on the vast amount of wetlands here. So we had to go higher in density in order to make everything work, is that we're probably going to fall more in line with the 100 to 120%, just being realistic on this site in order to make this work.
But there's no number that we have that, do we require any number in terms of the density bonus that you get in terms of those rental units?
I think, and I know Kevin said
and I guess I could ask
bonus.
staff that actually.
Commissioner, in answer to the question,
there is no density bonus.
One second, if I could just have staff just on this one.
The affordability attributes that are being described here are not an element of the zoning approval, so there is no regulatory control on the affordability or rents that would be charged for these units. The density bonus is based on the mixture of uses, so it's really a mixed-use density bonus. The affordable housing does not come into the regulatory.
I see. So it's a mixed-use density bonus, but there, as I understand it, it's not mixed uses.
The mixture of uses that are being proposed, the park, for today, it was originally approved with the option 3 mixed use being the off-site office industrial uses that are currently built that required a direct sidewalk connection, which was not able to be obtained. So in lieu of taking credit for that second use off-site as the mixed use, the park open to the public is being proposed as the alternative mixed use to still maintain the mixed use.
I know I heard that. I just wanted to understand because then I kept hearing workforce housing and I thought it was based on a affordable housing density of some sort that I wasn't quite understanding here. So I wanted to understand that. I also wanted to understand in terms of workforce housing. And I'm pleased to get density at this point in multifamily housing, but I really wanted to understand what the project was and what our density bonuses were related to. And what is the density bonus permitted due to this mixed use?
Ask Mr. Grady if he has that number handy. I believe that the current approval is for the zoning approval is for 348 units. We would need to back out. back out from that to be able to tell the bonus. Brian, Mr. Grady, do you have that calculation?
Checking. I don't have it. They're UMU 20, so typically they get the bonus to the next plan category. Perhaps the planning commission staff could advise on, for this particular item, what the bonus was for the option 3.
F1.
Ms. Leinhart, do you have that calculation? I believe there's some wetlands.
I do. I had my hand raised. I wasn't sure if I was seen.
sorry.
For the record, Melissa Leinhart, Planning Commission staff. I'm just pulling up the staff report. If you would just give me a minute here. I want to get the unit count right. So for this one, for development option 3, and pulling up the 2020 rezoning, this is not a density bonus. This is the requirement for a mix of uses that is based on the plan category and the acreage threshold. So because the site is in UMU 20 and has 10 acres or greater, it is required to have 2 distinct uses in order to meet the requirements of 19.1 in the future land use element. So because of that, they are having the multifamily use as well as the publicly accessible park in that option. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. And so they would be required to have this number they're required to have 2 uses and required to have this number of units?
The units are not the requirement, but the 2 uses themselves are the requirement.
I see. And by having the second use, what increased density is allowed?
There's no correlation between that. This is a distinction between a mix of use requirement and a mix of use density bonus. This is not a density bonus. This is just the mix of use requirement in the urban mixed use 20 category. Once you reach 10 acres or greater, you're obligated to have 2 distinct uses. So with this PRS, they are asking for this third option to switch out that second use instead of meeting the off-site use requirement, which is an option under that policy in the future land use element. They're asking to modify that to replace that off-site use requirement with an on-site publicly accessible park.
I see. Okay, thank you.
And Commissioners, I apologize on that clarification.
Excuse me just a minute, Commissioner.
I think why I got that conflated in my head is this allowed them to maximize the residential units by having the second use that didn't take up any of the land area used for floor area ratio. So options 1 and 2 provided less residential options because part of it was taken up with the commercial use. So I apologize for that statement.
All right. And by the way, I could not see Ms. Leinhart's hand raised because my hand raising tablet thing is dark. It's not working. I only see the commissioners asking to speak. So until they get that fixed, Ms. Leinhart, if you have something to contribute, just go ahead and sing out. And seeing no further discussion, do we have a motion?
Move for approval.
A motion from Commissioner Meyer. Oh, that's right. Sorry, it was on the floor already. So we had a motion by Commissioner Meyer, second by Commissioner Cohen. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And that takes us to the section F and F1.
Yes, the next agenda item is F1, is rezoning PD 21-0745. The applicant is Brickmeyer Law Group. The request is to rezone a 6.62 acre parcel located on the east side of US 41 in Lutz between Sunset Lane and Crystal Lake Road. The request is to rezone from commercial neighborhood and PD to a planned development to accommodate to accommodate 2,500 square feet of CN uses in parcel 1, and then in parcel 2, 63,711 square feet of an enclosed boat and RV storage. Per the conditions, the maximum building size of the buildings within the storage area is 4,000 square feet. There's also conditions regarding building architectural design and building orientation, and as noted in the plan, required buffering and screening along the eastern boundary. Staff is recommending approval of this with conditions, and that it was found consistent and approved by the hearing officer. We'll be available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Smith stepped out of the room, so I have the gavel for a moment. I see no questions for Mr. Grady, so that'll take us to an applicant presentation. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
We'll call the applicant to the podium. How much time will he have?
10 minutes.
Up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Clayton Bricklemeyer, Hillward Henderson, 101 East Kennedy. I actually need to be sworn.
Okay, let's get Mr. Bricklemeyer sworn in, please.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bricklemeyer, you may proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will not take anywhere near 10 minutes. I'm here basically to thank staff for working with us. The only reason we're not on consent today is that we had to go through a remand to get this exactly right. We've worked really hard on conditions, and we appreciate the unanimous recommendations of approval. I am available for questions, and I would ask for your approval.
Thank you, sir. I see no questions at this time. Do we have any proponents or opponents in the room?
No one in the audience.
Okay, and that'll take us to reports from Planning Commission and Zoning Hearing Master. Is that right? Okay. Planning Commission first, I believe.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the neighborhood mixed use 4 future land use category. The site is in the rural area and also within the limits of the Lutz community plan. The eastern portion of the planned development is proposing an intensity of 63,711 square feet of enclosed RV and boat storage adjacent to single-family residential uses. A new development must demonstrate the gradual transition of intensities between different land uses while utilizing professional site planning, buffering, and screening techniques, as well as the control of specific land uses per future land use element policy 16.2. Development and redevelopment are also required to be integrated with adjacent land uses through the creation of like uses and the creation of complementary uses or the mitigation of adverse impacts per future land use element policy 16.3. The proposed development would permit a transition east from commercial neighborhood uses fronting US Highway 41 to enclosed RV and boat storage, which is a commercial general use, to single-family residential further to the west, to the east. The proposed development would not provide a gradual transition of uses between the proposed CG use and the existing single-family residential use. Due to the lack of the gradual transition of uses from west to east, the applicant has proposed to utilize site planning and mitigation techniques to better mitigate for the adjacent single-family residential. The applicant has proposed a 20-foot buffer with type B screening for the south and east of the project and a 15-foot buffer for the west adjacent to the 3 folios listed in our report in the backup. The applicant has agreed to adhere to all of the Lutz rural development standards in the Land Development Code. And in addition, Planning Commission staff work with development services to craft conditions of approval that provide for a specific set of form, design, and architectural requirements to regulate the building elevations, size, orientation, appearance, and scale to reflect the surrounding rural residential aesthetic. The applicant has agreed to limit the size of the buildings on the east side and south side to be a maximum of 4,000 square feet in size and 100 feet in length. The applicant has also agreed to several building design requirements for the buildings on the easternmost side of the site. The conditions of approval are essential to this project being supported as they provide a building form, scale, and design that complement the existing rural residential landscape and also provide for a transition of uses from the commercial neighborhood use to single-family residential. The proposal, along with the proposed conditions, would protect the existing established neighborhoods to the east and would meet the intent of objectives 16 and 4 of the future land use element with regard to compatibility. The subject site does meet commercial locational criteria per the policy direction under objective 22 in the future land use element. The Lutz community plan also establishes certain commercial nodes and encourages commercial development within certain areas. A portion of the subject property is located along US 41 and is between Crystal Lake Road and Sunset Lane and the US Highway 41 intersections. The parcels along US Highway 41 from Crystal Lake Road to Sunset Road are identified as qualifying for commercial nodes in the Lutz community plan. The community plan desires to retain existing and encourage new commercial uses that are geared to serving the daily needs of area residents in a scale and design that complements the character of the community. As previously stated, the proposed development conditions of approval do ensure an intensity and scale that would be compatible with the large lot, low density rural development pattern and the existing adjacent single family residential uses nearby. Consequently, the request is consistent with the Lutz community plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this point, we'll hear the zoning hearing master recommendation.
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's requested plan development rezoning of the property to allow a unified development consisting of a maximum of 63,711 square feet of enclosed RV, recreational vehicle, and boat storage units located on the eastern 5.17 acres of the property, as well as a maximum of 2,500 square feet of commercial uses fronting US 41 on the western 0.91 acres of the property. The zoning hearing master stated that the applicant is requesting a waiver of Land Development Code Section 6.0101, which requires additional setback of 2 feet for every 1 foot of structure height over 20 feet. The zoning hearing master found that the applicant's site plan shows the proposed plan development will include form-based design elements, buffering, and screening to mitigate potential adverse impacts and create greater compatibility of the proposed uses with adjacent residential properties. And for the foregoing reasons, the zoning hearing master recommended approval of the request.
Thank you.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hagan, second by Commissioner White. Seeing no discussion, please record your vote. My button's not working. I'm voting yes, but my button is not working.
Okay, we'll take that as a yes.
Yes.
Bear with us 1 second.
Try it. Oh. You just have to take my vote verbally if the button's not working, so I'm a yes.
With your yes, motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Grady will take us to item F2.
The next item is item F2 is rezoning PD 21-1338. The applicant is David Wright. The request is to rezone a 10-acre parcel from agricultural rural to planned development. The purpose of the project is located on the east side of Boy Scout Road, northwest of the intersection of Boy Scout Road and Crawley Road. The request is for, again, a planned development to accommodate a 29-stall public stable, one single-family residence and accessory dwelling. Staff is recommending approval. Planning Commission found it consistent. The hearing officer also found it approvable. Available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll have the applicant presentation. 10
Good morning,
minutes.
Commissioners. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is David Wright. This is a request to rezone the property from agricultural rural to planned development. However, we are not seeking to change the rural use of the property. It's mainly to document the existing use of the property by the horse stable, which has been in existence since the mid-'80s, and to condition its approval, and really to satisfy a code enforcement violation, which requires the property to have a site plan to operate as a public stable. I will rely on the staff reports from the Development Services Planning Commission and the recommendation from the zoning hearing master, and I would request your approval. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there, I don't have anyone signed up to speak to this item, but this is a public hearing. Is there any proponent or opponent in Saunders who wishes to speak?
No one in the audience.
Okay, and then applicant, I'm assuming you waive rebuttal since there's nothing to rebut, and ask for Planning Commission staff.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the agricultural estate 1 to 2.5 future land use category. The site is in the rural area and also located within the limits of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. The subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria, as the Boy Scout Road and Echo Lake Drive intersection is not on the 2040 cost affordable map, and so it is not qualifying intersection. The applicant has submitted a waiver request to locational criteria, which states that the request is based on the compatibility of the proposed agricultural land use with the surrounding area. The site is on the east side of Boy Scout Road, classified as a collector roadway, and the waiver states that the proposed planned development site plan is a continuation of the existing use, which has operated as a horse stable since 1990. The waiver request also states that the use is primarily open pasture, which will be located adjacent to the existing single-family residential home and the agriculturally zoned development to the north, east, west, and south. The open pasture provides a physical barrier. In addition, an existing stormwater pond and provides an additional buffer for the single-family properties located to the north of the proposed development. The applicant also states that the trip generation associated with the agricultural commercial use is minimal, with 32 total projected daily trips and 2 peak hour trips per day. Lastly, the waiver request states that the proposed use will be limited to daytime operations and will have a minimum noise and light off-site impacts. The proposed parking area will be located on the south side, away from the existing single-family residential development, and all traffic will enter and exit at the southwest corner, separate from any residential developments. The applicant has proposed several site planning techniques to help mitigate for the surrounding land uses. As previously stated, the 24-foot wide commercial driveway will be located on the south side of the site, abutting agricultural land. Open pasture land will be located as a buffer to the immediately adjacent single-family properties on the north of the site. In addition, the applicant has proposed a 30-foot scenic corridor on the western portion of the site fronting Boy Scout Road. The proposed development will be designed in a way that is compatible with the established character of the surrounding neighborhood and therefore satisfies the intent of the neighborhood protection policies in the future land use element. The property is located within the limits of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan, and commercial development that is not located within the Gun Highway and North Mobley Road Rural Activity Center are subject to the community's other commercial standards in the community plan. This plan requires that commercial development be small in scale, geared towards agricultural and equestrian interests, and be designed with a rural architectural style and maintain the rural character of the community. The proposed use is small in scale and will serve the equestrian and agricultural interests of the rural community. The open space and pasture land are in line with the community plan's intent to encourage the preservation of open space and allow for the creation of uses that complement the equestrian character. The applicant has also stated in the narrative that the proposed development will meet the Keystone Odessa design standards for fences and barriers. In addition, the narrative states that the proposed use will be limited to daytime operations for minimum noise and light impacts. Overall, the proposed site will provide a complementary land use with the rural character of the area and meets the vision of the Keystone Odessa Community Plan. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan, for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. And now for the zoning hearing master recommendations.
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request for rezoning of the subject property from agricultural rural to planned development to allow for a 29-stall public horse stable operation with boarding, riding lessons, and sales, a single-family home, and an accessory dwelling. The zoning hearing master noted that the applicant is requesting a waiver of Land Development Code Section 6.11.92A, which requires a minimum lot area of 2 1/2 acres for public stables and requires the minimum lot area to be increased by 40,000 square feet for each equine in addition to 2. The zoning hearing master stated that the property is not within 660 feet of a qualifying intersection and does not meet commercial locational criteria. Therefore, the applicant is requesting a waiver of the commercial locational criteria, which the Planning Commission staff has found to be supportable. For the foregoing reasons, the zoning hearing master concluded that the application meets the comprehensive plan and land development code requirements and supports the application, recommending approval.
Thank you. And we'll open for board discussion.
Move approval.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hagan, second by Commissioner Cohen. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote. My voting, y'all, my voting screen's not coming up. But I'm a yes.
Yes.
So you can record me as a yes while you take
Yes,
everybody
ma'am, I
else's
can edit the
vote.
vote while we correct your laptop.
I'm sorry?
I can edit the vote after so we can fix your laptop. It was a yes.
Great, great. Okay,
Motion carried 6-0.
thank you. And that should take us to F3. Mr. Grady.
The next item is agenda item F3, major mod application 22-0103. It's a major modification of existing plan development located on the west side of US 41 and the Lutz area. Michelle Heinrich with county staff will provide a brief overview of the proposed change of the plan development.
Good morning, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. The subject property is located at the northwest corner of US Highway 41 and Cypress Lane. The property is zoned PD 03-0348 as most recently modified by PRS 13-0032. The PD is approved for 2 development options within 2 development parcels. Under option 1, parcel A is permitted 50,000 square feet of office uses and parcel B is permitted 12,000 of limited retail. Under option 2, parcel A is permitted 46,000 square feet of office uses and parcel B is permitted 16,000 square feet of limited retail uses. Those limited retail uses do not include a convenience store with gas pumps, gas stations, or fast food restaurants. This PD is required to comply with the Lutz Rural Development Standards with additional architectural requirements. Under this modification, parcel B proposes to remain compliant with the Lutz Development Standards with the exception of one requirement, which I will review in a moment, but asks to not be held applicable to the additional architectural requirements. The portion of the Lutz Rural Development Standards which is proposed to be waived is to allow for 1 row of parking to be located along US Highway 41 and Cypress Lane, which is not adjoining the building. The PD was previously approved to require a 50-foot buffer along US Highway 41, which is proposed to remain, and parking will not occur within this buffer. This modification is for parcel B only, and 3 development options for this parcel are proposed. The first one is a convenience store with gas pumps in addition to a drive-through restaurant. Second, a convenience store with gas pumps or a drive-through restaurant. And in addition to that, 15,000 square feet of CN uses. And thirdly, 30,000 square feet of CN district uses, which exclude a convenience store with gas pumps and drive-through restaurants. Hours of operation, which are 6 a.m. to midnight, are currently applicable to both parcels A and B, and in this request, parcel B asks to be removed from that requirement. Lastly, this major modification requests an additional access point to Cypress Lane for the use of parcel B. Staff's review of the site notes that the project is located on the west side of a 6-lane arterial roadway, which is developed with other commercial and office uses. A CSX rail line is located to the east side of US Highway 41, which further eastward is heavily vegetated. Residential is located approximately 500 to 670 feet east of the PD. Residential is present to the west and southwest of the site as well. A 33-acre parcel consisting primarily of wetlands is located to the immediate west. Any residences to the southwest are located approximately 157 feet from the site. The site is also located within the Wellhead Resource Protection Area and within the Potable Water Wellfield Protection Area. The site's location within the Wellhead Resource Protection Area prohibits intense commercial and industrial uses, which is not proposed or permitted. Within the Potable Water Wellfield Protection Area, underground storage facilities are to remain at least 500 feet from public potable water supply wells. Those wells are regulated by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. Their database shows only one well within the vicinity, which is located within Parcel A. All other wells are located in excess of 1,000 feet from the site. Given the presence of the well in Parcel A, the applicants have agreed to locate any underground storage facilities 500 feet from this well, and the size of Parcel B can accommodate this request. The site is located in the NMU4 future land use category, which can consider this request, which has been found to be consistent. No objections from reviewing agencies were received. Based upon these factors, staff recommends approval subject to proposed conditions, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Ms. Heinrich, I do have one question while you're there. Did you say they're asking not to be held to some design standards of the Lutz Community Plan?
They will comply with the building design standards of the rural development standards in the Lutz. However, the PD had some additional architectural requirements, and that is the portion they're asking to not be held to. And in the Lutz rural development standards, they are asking to not be held to commit all the parking to be completely adjacent to the building.
And the design standards that they want stricken from the PD, can you summarize those?
Sure. In addition to those found in the LDC, the additional standards that were put in place that they were to comply with, let's see here, are located in Condition 3, and that includes a pitched roof, wood or wood simulated siding, covered wooden porch on front facades of building, residential style windows with mullions, tin roofs, wooden trim on accessory structures.
Thank you. That sounds very nice. Okay, so we moved from there to the applicant. And the applicant has 10 minutes.
Good morning, Commissioners. William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. Just a few remarks from me on this, and then I'm going to get out of the way so that our experts can explain this case to you. This is a request to increase the commercial entitlements on just about 3.5 acres of vacant land just off 41 in Lutz. Because of the nature of this request, this is probably one of the more or most scrutinized cases I've been through. And that scrutiny came from your own excellent staff, from our neighbors who may have different opinions from the project than we do, and once or twice from even our own team as we tried to make this application as perfect as we could before we brought it to you. To that end, we're here this morning with all recommendations of approval from Development Services, from the Planning Commission, and from the Zoning Hearing Master. And we've also passed the locational criteria test from the Planning Commission. We're deemed consistent and compatible, and most importantly, I think in my mind, I believe that every agency that has any jurisdiction over water or wells has looked at this request and deemed it appropriate. Given all that, we hope for your support as well this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Isabel Albert with Half Associates, 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 900. I have a presentation for you, please. You can skip next. So just to orient yourself, we are located at the northwest corner of Cypress and US Highway 301. It is currently approved for a planned development, as Ms. Heinrich explained, for some office use and retail use for both different options. And we are located along US Highway 41, which is a corridor of neighborhood mixed use 4. Next, please. So this is what the site is currently developed. The applicant today is the one who developed this and has the intention of keeping this kind of development that he promised that he would do, and that's also as part of these conditions. Next, please. So what we have before you is developing keeping as it is, but we want to request an amendment to the parcel B, which is to include a gas station without a car wash and a fast food, or again, gas station, the fast food, and some commercial neighborhood uses, or just neighborhood uses, excluding the gas pumps and the drive-through. As Ms. Heinrich explained, the existing site plan or existing plan development has a 30-foot scenic corridor. That is not a requirement, but that was proposed by the applicant when they originally came in about 19 years ago. They were proposing this corridor, but to also allow one row of parking along this 30-foot corridor that we were proposing. Next. So as you can see, this is what we're continuing to propose, that 30-foot with that one row of parking. Thank you. Next. So since the original approval, a lot of improvements has been done, as you can see here, and the applicant has made some improvements to the road along the south and is asking a design exception for that. And with me, we have Steve Henry that will be able to further discuss about this. Next, please. So Development Services Department have found the proposed compatible, as well as the Planning Commission. What we have to the north, as I say, is this corridor of NMU 4, and then to the west, we have a wetland area. To the south, again, is oriented, auto-oriented, and then to the east, we have that 6 lanes Highway 41. Next, please. So again, the staff found this, and we did not have any objections from any reviewing agencies. Next, please. So when we came, we actually requested a remand last time, and that was to address a couple of...
Excuse me. Was this provided at the zoning hearing master hearing, this slide?
Yes, everything that I'm proposing, that I'm showing into the record, has been part of the original record. I'm not adding any more information.
Okay. Thank you for that confirmation.
Thank you. So when we requested the remand was to address the overwhelming support that we had from the overall community. We heard from a lot of people drive-bys, people living in the area, including Mrs. Grant, who is the property owner immediately to the east. And we wanted to realize that we needed to put those letters of support into and emails into the record. And so this is why we requested the remand, to show that the overall communities and people living in the area, as well as working in the area or driving by the area, wanted to show their support. And also we wanted to address, next please, and to the record, our expert, our hydrologist expert, who is also here today to speak if need be. And with that, that completes my application, and Mr. Henry will come next. Thank you.
Good morning, Steve Henry, Links & Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. And I have been sworn, and what I've put up on the Elmo, if you could shrink that This shows the site over top of an aerial, and it kind of shows the access for the property. You can see this is parcel B. So it currently is served by a directional median opening on 41, which has a left in, right out, and then also to Cypress Lane, which also has a left in, right out. And what we're asking for is the design exception, which is for Cypress Lane. Today, as indicated previously, this was originally a full median opening that had a left turn lane there. So what we're proposing to do is to restripe the road since it no longer has the right turn. And what we're providing is a right turn lane with 11-foot lanes and then also a bike lanes on both sides of the road. And this will show you the concept here. And this will go from 41 to our rear access. And again, we have 6-foot bike lanes, 11-foot lanes. So that concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions. Thank you.
The applicant has 3 minutes left.
Commissioners, that's all we have for you right now. We do have, again, our hydrologist, our water specialist online if there's any questions for him, but that may be more appropriate at rebuttal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and at this time, we'll ask for any proponents. Let's see, this is F3. I don't show anybody signed up here, but I would ask for if there's any proponents in the audience.
There is proponents in the audience that come in to speak.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Lundgren. Did I skip something?
Just wanted to remind the public in the room that the persons who will be permitted to speak are those who are parties of record, just before people start coming up to the mic.
Right. So the oral argument from proponents as well as opponents is limited to parties of record. And what that means is you either spoke or have provided written letters into the case file, correct?
Right. Or if the person happens to be on the mailing list of
That's
the
right.
notice.
Okay. And so with that, the proponents have a total of 10 minutes. So govern yourselves accordingly.
Yes. My name is Nick Polero. I reside at 1612 Magdalene Manor Drive in Tampa. I did speak at the zoning hearing master hearing. Again, as the applicant, I'd like to make a few brief comments for your consideration. I have been involved with this parcel since 1985, 37 years ago. In that time, the owners have been good stewards for the Lutz community. This site in prior years held the Lutz community turkey shoots, and since 2019 has been a host for a fundraiser for Sincerely Santa of Tampa, a local nonprofit organization bringing Christmas to less fortunate Hillsborough County families. Our annual free Shred for Santa event has provided more than 1,200 Christmas toys and over 2,000 cash donations to needy Hillsborough County children. Our rezoning request is supported by many of the Lutz community. We have submitted over 140 written letters of support from Lutz residents, Lutz business owners, Lutz workers, people who have business dealings in Lutz, as well as other interested parties. Some of these supporters are present today, and I ask that they stand and be recognized, and I thank them for them taking their time to attend this hearing today. So if you guys would stand. Finally, although the Lutz community opposed the proposed development of this parcel in 2003, I developed Heritage Station Office Park, which most of Lutz would acknowledge is, without question, the nicest development in Lutz to date. Any future development would be held at the same standard.
Mr. Polera, I just ask you to please make sure that your testimony remains consistent with what is in the record of the zoning hearing master.
I actually said that same thing in the zoning hearing master. I'm done anyway.
Thank you. Is there, and even though he's with the applicant, he comes in at public testimony? I mean, he seemed to be testifying that he was the applicant.
Yes, ma'am, I am the applicant.
Okay, so from here on out, we've got 8 minutes left, 8:22 for proponents who are not with the applicant. Is there any such people in the audience?
Yes, ma'am. There's another person who wishes to speak.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Natalie Davis, 17844 North US Highway 41 in Lutz. So hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and share my support for the rezoning of the Cypress Lane Highway 41 property. I've had the opportunity to speak before this council for a separate project in Lutz that was ultimately approved by this board last month. And I've had the opportunity to speak at the zoning hearing master meeting in June for this particular zoning request. I want to take my time, or take the time to qualify my Lutz status because it's important to me to talk about how I've seen Lutz grow and change in just my lifetime. I grew up in the neighborhood just north of the site at the intersection of Sunset Lane and 41. When my family moved to Lutz in the 1990s, Highway 41 was just a 2-lane road. It has grown a lot since then. Fast forward to today, and I now have a small business in Lutz at Heritage Station that borders this particular project. The growth in this area isn't just in our heads. The American Community Survey tells us that the 2 zip codes in Lutz have grown 13% and 27% since this owner held the property back in 1985 until 2020. And that's before the pandemic and the resulting population boom in this state. I'm here to voice my support for the development of this property for several reasons. The first being that Lutz has a history of opposing and wanting to slow down development, but it doesn't make sense anymore. There's widespread development to the north of us, just over the Pasco County line on Highway 54, and there's development creeping from the south. US Highway 41 is a 6-lane highway that runs in between. So to think that you're going to keep Lutz small, well, that train has left the station. I've said it before, and it bears repeating now. We aren't talking about a cute small-town road. We're talking about a 6-lane highway that has more used car lots than we know what to do with. We aren't talking about a nature preserve. We're talking about a treeless, vacant lot on a 6-lane highway. Why not a gas station, fast food, or a retail strip, and why not this property? These new and existing families and business owners in Lutz want new places to shop and dine. We want convenience. We want to keep our tax dollars here in Hillsborough County instead of Pasco County. In the letters of support, you will find that there are plenty of Lutz residents that want a Chick-fil-A, a Panera, a Trader Joe's, a modern, safe, quality gas station like a Wawa. These types of businesses and retail have not been available to Lutz residents and business owners due to the lack of appropriate zonings. New development is required now and into the future. In fact, it's long overdue. Whatever new business goes on the Cypress Lane property, it will not only increase the Hillsborough County tax base, but also add construction jobs and employment opportunities for the community. These are good things that Lutz needs. I want to pivot now to some of the points brought up in the letters from the opposition of this project and what we heard at the last zoning committee meeting. The first is the concern of pollution by the nearby lake. I love the earth. I don't want to see any harm come to it, but there are a few, common sense points that seem to escape those who claim that a new gas station would be disastrous for water pollution. So let's talk about what is polluting our lakes and wells. Pollution is coming from nitrogen in fertilizers, from pesticides and herbicides sprayed on homeowners' lawns, especially those of the 80 homes that sit right on the edge of the lake. Aging septic tanks and drain fields that leak human waste and other bacteria and contaminants into the lake. Let's talk about what percentage of the septic tanks that were put in during the 70s and 80s when most of the homes in Lutz were being built, what percentage of those have been replaced? The average lifespan of a concrete septic tank is 40 years, so we are at the peak of those systems needing to be replaced. These are the silent polluters, yet some of the worst offenders. Lake pollution comes from two-stroke outboard motors running along the lake. Two-stroke engines are found on 75% of boats and produce 2 to 3 times more pollutants than a similar 4-stroke engine. Engines emit gases and carbon dioxide, especially if improperly maintained. According to the EPA, boat motors discharge non-burnt fuel. This is not only limited to boats, but jet skis as well. And garbage, no matter how careful, will inevitably escape a boat, yard, et cetera, and end up in the lake too. Nearly all of the types of pollution that I've mentioned are caused by recreational boaters, homeowners, individuals, and they go unreported. I understand the idea that a gas station could potentially cause pollution, but we need to bring this argument into the year 2022. Gas stations are highly regulated. They have frequent inspection and are fined heavily for any leakage. Technology has advanced in how they build the double-wall tanks and how the runoff on the surface of the station is collected. Gas stations have to report leaks to local and state authorities, and I will take that level of accountability over individuals that go unchecked. And when we really want to take our pollution as a society more seriously with electric vehicles, gas stations will transition to charging stations. Frankly, we shouldn't be worried about a modern gas station. We should be worried about the aging tanks and antiquated technology from other nearby gas stations. The second theme in the opposition is the idea that there will be more traffic congestion. For those, I would say Cypress Lane was rebuilt from the intersection of US Highway 41 to the rear service road of the parcel at the expense of the owner when Heritage Station was developed. The remainder of Cypress Lane from the service road to Estes Road covers only 0.1 of a mile. At the intersection of Cypress Lane and Estes, there's through access in one direction. The other direction is a dead end. The 0.6 miles of Estes Road south to Crenshaw Lake Road has 5 speed bumps and a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit. Crenshaw Lake Road has 2 additional speed bumps. So if you value the undercarriage of your vehicle, you'll do the 15-mile-an-hour speed limit or slower. I strongly believe that most would rather take their chances on a 6-lane highway than deal with 5 nasty bumps on Estes Road. The concern for extreme traffic congestion on the back roads is an exaggeration. As I wrap up my time, please keep in mind the many letters of support from the next generation of voters like me who want to see convenient and nice-looking shops, restaurants, and yes, even gas stations and fast food options near their homes and businesses. Your county experts have reviewed the plan. All the boxes have been checked in the affirmative, and they have recommended approval. I imagine this board trusts the judgment and expertise of its own county professionals and leaders who have recommended rezoning. Please support the rezoning of the Cypress Lane property. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. There's 1 minute left for, a little over 1 minute left for proponent testimony. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak as a proponent?
Commissioners, that's the end of our qualified speakers for this morning. I just would reiterate that we have about 24 or so folks in the audience in support. And again, if they could stand, I think if you can see them, it's a good showing today.
Yes, we
Very
can
good.
see
Thank
them.
you.
Thank you. And thank you for being here. So at this time, we'll ask for opponent testimonies. And please be in mind that you have a total of 10 minutes for all the opponents. So share your time. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Craig Latimer, P.O. Box 2303, Lutz. I'm the owner of record of the property directly west and another piece of property directly southwest of this proposed major modification. Directly west of this property is a 33-acre tract of property with an occupied house on it, and half of this property is wetlands. These wetlands flow into Brant Lake and are extremely important for our drinking water in the area. Gas stations and fast food restaurants are known sources of runoff of oil, gas, coolants, and grease. This will be designed to have these pollutants run into a storm pond which borders our wetlands. The pollutants will leach into the soil and could contribute to compromising the entire area drinking water. Additionally, I have 2 wells that are within 200 feet from the corner of this property. I'm not in opposition to development which is compatible with the current zoning CN, which is also compatible with the neighborhood and the current buildings on the other half of this property. A 24-hour gas station convenience store with an estimated 6,000 stops a day is not compatible with this neighborhood. In addition, there's currently 11 gas stations within a 3-mile radius. Nobody should have a problem finding a gas station. I would direct your attention to Cypress Lane, which borders the south side of this property. It's not a road, it's not a street, it is in fact a lane. As designated, just past the property is 1 lane. The waste collection truck has to back down Cypress Lane as there's no turnarounds in this property or on this street. All the roads west and southwest of this proposal are country-style roads, barely 20 foot wide with no sidewalks, no curbs. All of the roads dead end to the west of Estes Road. This is important because of the traffic flow on 41 and Cypress Lane, which you've heard a lot about. If you're northbound on 41, you can in fact turn left or west onto Cypress Lane, but you can't get back north on Highway 41 from Cypress Lane. The only way to continue north is to head south, on Highway 41, cross 3 lanes of traffic, and make a U-turn into another 3 lanes of traffic. Estes Road is the only north-south road that can access a traffic light to get back on 41. This huge increase, this huge increase in traffic in our rural neighborhood will negatively impact families, create traffic and pedestrian hazards to the residents in the area, diminishing our quality of life, increasing child safety risks and litter. As a retired law enforcement officer, I can tell you firsthand, this proposed major modification, if approved, will have a direct impact on the quality of life of this neighborhood. This applicant attempted this same major modification previously, and the County Commission unanimously opposed that proposal. Nothing has changed. I repeat, nothing has changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? We have 7 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Dan Romsberg. I reside at 1816 Rebecca Road in Lutz, Florida. I am president of the Lake Brant Special Dependent District, representing over 100 households. First and foremost, I want to thank the Board of County Commissioners for the rejection of this project previously, and more specifically, those members which are still members of the board. I know many regulatory agencies have looked at this project and are approving the installation of petroleum tanks which have double wall protection as well as leak detection. But this does not preclude the fact that consumers like you and I have had accidental spills on sites, whether filling personal gas containers or overfilling their vehicles. This action results in these hydrocarbons running off of impervious areas into retention basins and ultimately flowing into our most fragile environmentally sensitive upland system of Lake Brant. We have been monitoring water quality in our lake through the University of Florida for over 30 years and certainly want to maintain this water quality for potable consumption in our wells, fishing, and recreational use of the lake. Please don't allow this project to negatively impact water quality of Lake Brant. Thank you for your time and support.
Thank you. Is there another speaker in opposition? You've got almost 6 minutes.
Commissioners, my name is Chris Kapkovic, and I reside at 17510 Estes Road in Lutz. As trustee of the Lake Brant Special Dependent District, I'm here representing our 98 households, our 80 letters of opposition, and our over 90 in-person supporters here today. It's an honor to be speaking before this prestigious board again, and ironically for the same issue, in opposition to the same applicant trying to put this same gas station or fast food on our lake. Let me just start by saying we do not oppose the responsible development of this land. We only oppose the same 4 polluting land uses that the 2003 Board of County Commissioners unanimously decided should be disallowed due to their close proximity of Lake Brant. We would support and welcome hundreds of other uses. This is not a NIMBY issue. We supported the Dunkin' Donuts with its drive-through, just 5 lots. It's not on the lake. And we also support the current residential project on this same wetland right now. I hope you're able to review our 80 letters of recommendation. You know, we're not experts, but we did learn from the experts. With 29 years of educational programs with the University of Florida Lake Watch, Hillsborough County Yards and Neighborhoods, Hillsborough County Lake Management, Fish and Wildlife Commission, SwiftMud, and our local EPC, our members have become environmental stewards, and our district has spent over $100,000 implementing educational newsletters, best management practices, and restoration projects. Today, please consider these 80 letter writers as environmental whistleblowers. We don't preach fear. We have learned environmental facts. Yes, you see, our government experts taught us that, legal or not, polluting land uses on adjacent uplands will cause environmental degradation to our lake, period. The national EPA mandates to locate pollution-causing land uses away from water bodies and natural drainage. Gas and fast food are the 2 most polluting causing land uses that we allow in a neighborhood, and it's right next to our wetland, our most sensitive environment land we have in all of Florida. You know, the stormwater ponds do a great job of collecting the toxic pollutions, but then unfortunately, because they're located right next to Lake Brandt, when a rain event happens, they flush into Lake Brandt just feet away. It's got nowhere else to go. This would be like creating a petroleum pollution distribution system as toxins flow through our lake onto Lake Charles, other lakes, the bay. At the same time, this pollution would seep through into our aquifer, through our wetlands and our private wells, and through our documented close connection to Well Station 21, our region's drinking water. Furthermore, we respectfully disagree with the staff's conclusion about the 2003 Board of County Commissioners' denial of gas and fast food as a traffic issue. In fact, we were there, and we have a verbatim copy, and the newspaper in our evidence quotes Commissioner Hagan as saying a gas station or fast food restaurant right next to a wetland does not seem to be a very good idea. The commissioners then discussed and added additional uses to be disallowed that are still in effect, protecting our lake and community for 19 years. Thank you, commissioners. Everyone we talked to in Lutz, from Lake Brandt to Skipper Smokehouse to Idlewild Baptist Church, they all say Ken Hagan and those commissioners were right then and they're right now. In conclusion, please weigh the short-term game of one landowner and his plan for gas, fast food, and its petroleum pollution problems to the proven long-term 29-year commitment of the Lake Brandt Special Dependent Districts and its surrounding community and its nearly 100 homeowners who have taxed themselves $100,000 to manage this lake. Please allow hundreds of uses on this land, and please disallow the same polluting uses that this prestigious board unanimously agreed to in 2003. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? You've got 1 minute and 56 seconds left. If there's anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition.
No one further in the audience.
All right, then we'll allow the applicant 5 minutes rebuttal.
Commissioners, William Malloy again. Just a few points I'm going to address very quickly. In order to protect my client's due process rights, I'm going to just put an objection on the record, I think, against any testimony that was purported to be expert that wasn't. I don't believe we had any expert speakers in testimony. I'd also like to point out that the traffic concerns, to some degree, this is a commercial project. It does not create traffic necessarily. The point of it is to capture traffic off of 41, which was already in motion. And I hope that there's some element that you can consider there. This is not a traffic generator so much as this is an amenity for the community, for those commuters on 41, et cetera. With that, I'd like to introduce Ms. Albert again, who can speak to some of the architectural standards that were of issue earlier.
Thank you, Isabel Albert, for the record. I just wanted to confirm that we are not waiving any Lutz overlay architectural design requirements. We're not waiving any of that. The only thing that we're waiving is that allowing that one row of parking along US 41 that's currently already existing to the parcel north of us. And the rest, I will ask for our expert to just speak quickly on behalf of the hydrology. Thank you very much.
Ms. Albert, I'm sorry, stop the clock, but I just want to ask you, so, I mean, just to clarify, what you're saying is you're not asking for any Lutz community plan design standards to be waived, but you are asking for those design standards that were in your PD to be released from those at this time, the pitched roof, the covered porch, the mullioned windows, those things that you, this parcel had committed to before. You're asking to have those waived?
The additional design requirements in addition to the overlay district that the applicant proposed back for 20 years ago, that is correct. We're waiving for the additional, but we are maintaining the existing design standards in the code. That is correct.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we'll start the clock up. You've got 3 minutes and 40 seconds left to continue if there's any more rebuttal.
Commissioners, I'm not sure that we have anything else. We do have, again, our environmental scientist online. If there's any questions that you'd like to direct to him, I'm happy to use our rebuttal time for that. I'm sure he can certify to you that this is an entirely safe and appropriate project. But again, that's for you to ask if you choose. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll hear from the Planning Commission staff.
Yes, Melissa Leinhard for the record, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Neighborhood Mixed Use 4 Future Land Use category. The site is in the rural area and also located within the limits of the Lutz Community Plan. At the regularly scheduled land use meeting on May 10th, the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners granted the applicant's request for a remand. The application was continued to the June 13th ZHM meeting, and the remand did not identify any comprehensive plan concerns or issues and has not resulted in a change to our recommendation. The intent of the NMU4 future land use category is to develop urban and suburban in intensity and density of uses. Neighborhood commercial uses that are freestanding are required to meet commercial locational criteria. Suburban scale neighborhood commercial is limited to 110,000 square feet or 0.25 FAR, whichever is less intense. The proposed development has a 0.19 FAR, which is below the maximum that's permitted. The subject site does meet commercial locational criteria per policy direction under future land use element objective 22. The closest qualifying intersection is southwest of the site at DeBuell Road and US Highway 41. The major modification portion of the planned development has 75% of the site located within 900 feet of that qualifying intersection. The properties to the north of the site are developed with light commercial and vacant lots. To the east along Highway 41 is single-family residential, agricultural, and also vacant lots. To the south across Cypress Lane are heavy commercial uses, light commercial, and light industrial properties. The proposed development will offer 3 options that include commercial neighborhood and commercial general uses, fast food and convenience store with gas pumps that will provide a compatible transition of land uses as it fits in with the predominantly commercial-based surrounding development pattern, meeting the intent of the neighborhood protection policies of the future land use element. The Lutz Community Plan establishes certain commercial nodes and encourages commercial development within these areas. The proposal is on US Highway 41, which is an arterial roadway that contains multiple commercial uses in the surrounding area. The proposed development is outside the Lutz Community Plan designated commercial nodes. However, it does meet locational criteria as outlined under Objective 22. The proposed development is located at an intersection node and would provide a transition of uses to the existing single-family properties west of the node, and the proposed development is consistent with the vision of the Lutz Community Plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed major modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from Zoning Hearing Master.
The Zoning Hearing Master considered the proposed modifications to existing Plan Development 03-348. The PD is currently approved for 2 development options. Option 1 permits 50,000 square feet of office land uses, in Parcel A, and 12,000 square feet of limited retail uses in Parcel B. Option 2, as currently permitted, permits 46,000 square feet of office land uses in Parcel A and 16,000 square feet of limited retail uses in Parcel B. The zoning conditions currently, as provided for in the PD, prohibit certain retail uses, including convenience store with gas pumps, gas stations, and fast food restaurants. The major modification request proposes changes to Parcel B of the plan development. The changes are detailed within the application that include the addition of a convenience store with gas pumps and a drive-through restaurant. The Zoning Hearing Master noted that a remand of the modification was requested by the applicant in order to provide the applicant an opportunity to submit the resume and information from an expert in the field of hydrology, as well as to allow the submittal of additional letters and emails of support into the record. This information has been filed into the record. The zoning hearing master stated that a waiver is requested to the Lutz Rural Development Standards regarding parking to allow one row of angled parking along US Highway 41 and Cypress Lane that is not adjacent to the building. The zoning hearing master found the waiver to be appropriate, given the applicant's justification that the parking will match the existing parking layout on Parcel A. Additionally, the project provides for a rural scenic corridor that results in a 30-foot natural buffer along both US Highway 41 and Cypress Lane. The zoning hearing master summarized testimony that was provided at the hearing. Letters and emails in support for the modification were filed into the record prior to the remand hearing. Testimony in opposition was also provided. The testimony in opposition primarily focused on the traffic associated with the proposed uses and also possible environmental impacts of the proposed gas station use. Concerns were expressed regarding possible gas tank leakage that could impact nearby Lake Brant. The applicant's representative submitted the resume of their expert in the field of hydrology and information regarding the agencies that regulate underground storage tanks. County staff testified in their staff report that the Board of County Commissioners previously denied a request for a convenience store with gas pumps and drive-through restaurants due to existing traffic and unimproved road conditions. Staff stated that since that time, Cypress Lane has been widened and turn lanes have been completed that address the congestion concerns. The zoning hearing master stated that the applicant will be required to complete additional transportation improvements as described above and in the proposed zoning conditions. The zoning hearing master stated that the proposed modification for the changes to Parcel B is consistent with the parcel's significant frontage on Highway 41 and the impact of the already approved non-residential development. The zoning hearing master found the proposed uses to be compatible with the area and the modification to be consistent with the comprehensive plan and land development code. For the foregoing reasons, the zoning hearing master recommended approval of the major modification request.
Thank you. And we'll open for board discussion. At this time, Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I make my comments, I just want to point out that I have not spoken with Chris Kapkovic, the third speaker that was in opposition. I just point that out because some of my prepared notes are eerily similar to what he said. So I just want to point that out. It's been several years. I'm sure it doesn't surprise many folks here that I was on this board back in 2003 when we first took the position that a gas station and fast food restaurant should not be approved at this location. I was indeed quoted in the Tampa Tribune, to show you how long ago that was, saying that it didn't seem that like placing a gas station or fast food restaurant next to a wetland was a good idea. Well, it wasn't a good idea in 2003, and it's not a good idea in 2022. I'm very familiar with Lake Brant in this neighborhood. I have several friends who live on Cypress Lane. In fact, I was there just last week visiting a friend. And given that ASC 1 is immediately to the west of this property, the intensity of uses, specifically the gas station, convenience store, fast food restaurant, are not compatible with the neighborhood zoning or character. And I'm concerned that these additional uses will negatively impact the neighborhood to the west. Specifically, Comp Plan Policy 16.1 and 16.2, which address neighborhood protections, apply here. They want to add an access point onto Cypress Lane, which will increase the number of trips on this extremely narrow one-lane road, which immediately west of the property. This is incompatible with the rural area and neighborhood to the west. They're also seeking a waiver from operating hours, thereby allowing their operation to be 24/7. We've heard about the waiver specifically to allow parking. There is support in the overall community, but I want to point out there's significant opposition in our backup and from the adjacent neighborhood, the Lake Brant Special Dependent Taxing District, the Lutz Civic Association, and the Lutz Citizens Coalition. So based on those reasons, I'm going to move denial.
Second. Thank you. We have a, we have a motion from Commissioner Hagan to deny, second by Commissioner Kemp. Is there any further discussion from the board? I have some comments. Is there anyone else? Thank you, Commissioner Hagan, for putting such detailed, doing the research to be sure we're putting a strong case and reasons for denial. I would also point out that, we don't just weigh the letters of support and opposition or count them. We read them. I read them, and I see in the letters of support, in opposition are very, for the most part, that we got many carefully researched and written letters of opposition. The letters of support were largely form letters from way outside the neighborhood. Not that they're not allowed their free speech, but it matters what the content of the letters are. That's all I'm saying in terms of as far as what we're considering here. This neighborhood has worked really hard to protect their lake over many years, as we heard from the gentleman from the Lake Bryant Special Dependent District. It's very impressive. That was founded in 1993 with 7 trustees and upwards of 100 households working together to protect the lake and the associated wetlands. And they've worked closely with SWIFMA. This is in the backup. I had it for page 425. Might have changed in the recent one, but I see they've developed a lake management plan, and they've restricted their own water use to protect the lake. They've invested their own money into this special taxing district and their efforts to protect the lake. And so when they're raising concerns about the pollution of the lake, this is as competent, substantial evidence as I think we get out of any paid consultants. And they raise valid concerns about water pollution of the lake, not only for the wildlife that is such a critical part of this rural community, fish and birds in there, but for their own drinking water. The Planning Commission noted the proposed development is within the Wellhead Protection Zone 1. Now they're saying that this applicant has promised to put their underground gasoline storage tanks outside of the required 500-foot setback, but there could be spillage, there will be runoff polluting the watershed of Lake Brant and the groundwater that many of these people drink from their wells, and certainly that contributes to the wildlife habitat they have so carefully nurtured themselves with their own investments of time and money. It's not going to meet the parking requirements of the Lutz Rural Development Standards. Let me ask the Planning Commission one question about commercial development in this area. Ms. Leinhardt, are you available? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Isn't this outside the commercial nodes that are designated in the Lutz Community Plan, that where the Lutz Community Plan says new commercial zoning is encouraged to locate at the 3 existing activity nodes along US Highway 41? Wouldn't this be new additional commercial zoning if we allow gas stations and fast food restaurants? Wouldn't that be additional commercial zoning that is not in those 3 existing nodes that are designated in the Lutz Community Plan?
Yes, you are correct that this site is outside of the 3 designated nodes in the Lutz Community Plan. However, it does meet the technical definition for commercial locational criteria under Objective 22 in the future land use element. And as you mentioned, when you read the text from the community plan for Lutz, it does not preclude other commercial developments from locating within the development. It does contemplate other commercial. So by this site meeting the commercial locational criteria, we found that consistent with the comprehensive plan, but you are correct that it is outside one of the community plan nodes.
Thank you. And, understanding the kind of work that goes into a community plan from the community, especially the Lutz community. I was there. I ended up, our community plan came after Lutz, but I worked with some of those very community leaders who worked on their plan. I think this is something in the comprehensive plan, their community plan is part of the comprehensive plan, that this board can weigh in on how to interpret whether we're expanding commercial in these commercial nodes. I mean, obviously, I'm Commissioner Hagan. I'm going to support the motion to deny. I'm just trying to see if it would hope that it would be helpful to put maybe some extra reasons for our staff if they need them later. But to me, a convenience store with gas pumps and adding a convenience store, gas pumps and a drive-through restaurant is additional commercial development outside of the commercial nodes that are designated in the Lutz community plan. And because of the congregation of all the reasons this is incompatible, I think that weighs in there. It's on the rural scenic corridor of Highway 41. Gas stations and fast food are not scenic. And that's another reason that it's incompatible, especially if you're eliminating the design standards that were in the original PD. So it's heading in a direction away from the compatibility with the design, with this rural scenic corridor, with where this community plan has determined that they want their commercial nodes to be. 24-hour commercial is a great increase in commercial in this rural neighborhood. And these specific uses that were inconsistent and incompatible with the surrounding rural neighborhood in 2003 are still incompatible. There's nothing that has changed. The Lutz community plan has not been revised to say that any of that is now compatible, and I'm moved by the neighbors who are not opposed to any development. They are not opposed to development according to the current PD and according to their community plan, but they're opposed to expanding these uses in contrast to their community plan. And so I'll be supporting the denial. I see Commissioner Kemp has some remarks.
And I'll just be short to reiterate and highlight actually kind of the last statement that you made, Commissioner Smith. I heard in both those who supported this application and those who opposed this application that they would be supporting commercial development of a different kind outside of the gas station. I even heard support even for fast food on both sides to some extent, but there is development that can enhance and help and grow communities, and it sounded like there were a lot of possibilities there to do that, to get support from both sides. So I just wanted to add that is what I heard, and it seems like that could be a great benefit to the community and to the developer.
Thank you. And I think I forgot to say also that I find the residents' concerns about traffic compelling. You don't need to be a paid traffic consultant to understand how traffic flows now in your neighborhood and how it would flow with the addition of a 24-hour convenience store with gas station pumps and a fast food drive-through restaurant. So that's further reason. Without, I don't see any further board discussion. Motion to deny by Commissioner Hagan, second by Commissioner Kemp. Please record your votes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And that takes us to item F4, Mr. Grady.
Could you please be quiet when you're leaving? So we got to go to the next item. Kind of. Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, if you can certainly leave quietly, appreciate it, so we can go to the next item. Appreciate it. Thank you. Commissioners, the next item is agenda item F4. It's rezoning PD 22-0319. The applicant's RMC Property Group. The property is located at 11120 Tom Folsom Road. The request is for a plan development for a 103-unit subdivision. Michelle Hine will provide us a brief overview of the request. Thank you.
Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. For this property, the subject site is 24.6 acres in size and located south of Fowler Avenue. It is also located within the Thenona-Sassa Community Plan Area and the Urban Service Area. The request is to rezone the property from AR to PD to allow for 103 single-family detached units. While the site is located in the Res 4 future land use category, this request does include a flex of the SMU 6 future land use category, 4.4 acres into the site. The project will consist of 6,000 square foot lots with primary access on Tom Folsom Road. Cross access is proposed to the south, west, and north to allow for connectivity as the surrounding area develops. The northern access will connect to Bokie Lane, which is a public roadway stubbed out to the subject property. This connection fulfills LDC section 60201A16, which requires connection to existing public streets when abutting the subject property. Staff finds the proposal compatible with the area, and a finding of consistency was issued by the Planning Commission. Therefore, staff recommends approval subject to proposed conditions. I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. We'll hear from the applicant. The applicant has 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Board of County Commissioners. My name is Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South, number 451 St. Petersburg. This is a request to allow a 103-unit single-family project. Zoning is AR to PD, as Ms. Heinrich has indicated. there is a small flex of the SMU 6 into this area of Res 4 that would allow additional 9 units. There are no waivers requested. We're in the USA. We have all staff recommendation of approval along with the zoning hearing master. So unanimous support on the reviews from the recommending agencies for planning and zoning. Properties to the north, as indicated from the staff reports, are RSC 6 and RSC 9. CG is located to the east with a little AR and AS1. To the south is a higher density PD. The site is located on Tom Folsom Road, north of Harney, south of East Fowler. Your staff reviews policies 7.3, 7.4 in regard to the flex request, which is acceptable. Policy 16.3 regarding compatibility with the surrounding single-family homes. And policy 16.8 and 16.9 in terms of design and transition. And policies 16.2 and 16.3 in terms of neighborhood protection. And they note you the proposed density of the residential development is appropriate and compatible, including, as I've indicated, the flex from the north. There are 2 improvements to be made that are in regard to the design exceptions. One is a northbound left turn lane into the project, and the addition of an approximate 1,100 foot long sidewalk from our property or from the project site, which will connect to the elementary school to the south. Now, Madam Chair and Commissioners, there is one issue I want to bring to your attention, if I may. I'm going to put this on the overhead. If we could light this up, please. Thank you. Madam Chair, one issue that has arisen, and I've had a lot of communication discussion with some of the neighbors. And by the way, we noticed approximately 35 to 40 residents for this. But this being the project site here, this is Tom Folsom, and the main access at this point, you can see that there's 1, 2, 3, 4 planned access points for the future. This one to the north is located on Boki Lane, and I've had a lot of communications and discussion with the good citizens and residents on Boki Lane, and we are in agreement with them, and we are standing with them that the access to Boki is not needed for the project, and it's something that those neighbors do not desire. A couple or a number of them are here today. I think a couple folks are here today, and they'll speak with you. But I want to make very clear that we work very closely in conjunction with those couple neighbors. You can see that there's other access points, numerous other access points proposed, and that's really derived from a direction in the code that requires connection on all sides to a project. But per our transportation consultant who's here today, the Boki Lane, the single one, is not necessary for the project. And again, we're happy to work with the neighbors on that. So in conclusion, as you've heard, we have unanimous support from your staffs. We've worked hard to do that. This will be a very nice 103-unit, single-family, conventional subdivision, and we look forward to any questions or concerns you might have, and we have our engineer and transportation person here and be happy to respond after the residents. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So does that conclude your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you said you had a traffic engineer. He's just there for questions?
Yes, just questions or to respond, yes.
Okay. All right. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody in the audience who wishes to speak as a proponent of this project?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mitch Gologram. I live at 11606 Boki Lane. We're in agreement for the rezoning if Boki Lane is left out of it. It's a lane, it's not a street. Even the garbage truck has to back down it. There's no way to turn around. It was just done on Channel 8 News how dangerous the intersection of Fowler and 301 is, which is where Boki Lane is. I submitted it earlier. There were 17 deaths and 36 head-on collisions at that intersection. If they try to make 103 homes as an access point, it's going to lead out into that intersection. Plus, our little street is 10 houses, and nobody wants it. They want to walk and enjoy the little street. If they open it up, it's not wide enough. It's only 16 foot wide. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. There's 9 minutes left for anyone else who wishes to speak in support.
No one else.
Thank you. I have somebody signed up, a Ricky Richardson. Is he online, and is he in support or opposition? Mr. Richardson?
Opposition.
Yes, sir. Go ahead. You're in opposition?
Yes, not to, as the other neighbor mentioned, not to the project itself. We know growth is inevitable, but I would be in opposition to accessing Bokeh Lane. So only that element of it. And I would like to speak to that as I did with the zoning hearing master.
Thank you. So I'm not clear. Did you have something else you wanted to say in that regard, or is that all you wanted to say, that you're just opposed to the Bokeh Lane connection?
Yes, and I just wanted to elaborate on that. According to the Hillsborough County's Transportation Technical Manual, as was mentioned by the other neighbor of Bokeh Lane, the street does not meet with the county requirements. And so it's manageable for the residences that live on it, but to open it up to 103 additional residences, the street just simply cannot hold that kind of volume. And it's already been elaborated, the amount of accidents and everything that happened. It just would be a bad idea to have that much volume coming through this little street. And as the applicant showed on their site plan, they have 4 other additional streets that they could utilize for the project. And so we're not opposed to the project itself. We would just like to voice opposition to opening Bokeh Lane up to the development.
All right, thank you very much. Now, we've been counting that down on the proponent clock, I think, but we'll leave about 8.5 minutes for anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition.
No one further in the room.
All right. Thank you. So, applicant rebuttal, is there anything in this testimony that you wish to rebut?
No, Madam Chair, I think the issues are very clear, and again, we're with the residents here working together, and we ask you to accept that and consider approving the project. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Planning Commission staff.
Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area and located within the limits of the Thonotosassa Community Plan. Objective 1 of the future land use element states that 80% of the growth of the county is to be within the urban service area, and the applicant is proposing a residential development of 103 dwelling units within the urban service area, which is consistent with that policy direction. Policy 1.4 of the future land use element states that compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. In this case, the subject site is located along Tom Folsom Road between Harney Road and Fort King Highway, and the surrounding development pattern in this area between these roads is primarily residential uses. Moreover, introducing uses other than residential in this area would likely present compatibility concerns with the already existing surrounding residential. The applicant is requesting a flex of 150 feet of the suburban mixed-use 6 future land use category from the north. This would allow the applicant to build a maximum of 107 dwelling units. However, they are proposing 103 dwelling units. The applicant states that the flex request meets the intent of policy 7.3 and 7.4 of the future land use element because it is within a residential future land use category and the proposed use is residential, which is compatible to the surrounding single-family residential dwellings in the area. The applicant states that the request furthers policy 16.3 of the future land use element by providing development that is like and complementary and is consistent with the other neighborhood protection policies and design. Planning Commission staff has reviewed the flex request and finds that the request is consistent with the flex criteria as listed under future land use element policies 7.3 and 7.4. The proposed development also meets the intent of neighborhood protection policies of the future land use element that require the use of site planning techniques and the gradual transition of uses and intensities. The applicant will be providing full connectivity on the north side with Boki Lane, as well as a full access from Tom Folsom Road. Stub outs for future connections will also be provided to the south and west. The proposed density of the residential development provides an appropriate transition from the SMU 6 future land use category to the north and the residential 4 category to the south. The proposed development also meets the intent of policies 16.8 and 1610 as comparable densities with various housing types already exist in the surrounding area, which range from 6,000 square foot lots, similar to the proposed development, all the way to 12,000 square foot lots. The proposed development also meets the intent of Goal 4 of the Thanota-Sassa Community Plan, which seeks to maintain a diversity of housing types and styles within its boundaries, and also limit the encroachment of commercial uses in residential areas. The proposed use is acceptable in this area as it is between two commercially oriented corridors and would limit commercial encroachment from either of these two corridors into the surrounding residential areas. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. And the zoning hearing master report?
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request for rezoning of the subject property from agricultural rural to planned development to allow for a 103-unit single-family development. The applicant is requesting to flex 150 feet of the SMU 6 future land use category on properties directly north of the subject property to achieve the proposed density. As you've heard, Planning Commission staff reviewed this flex request and found it to be consistent with the flex criteria of future land use policies 7.3 and 7.4. The applicant requested a design exception for Tom Folsom Road substandard road improvements, which the county engineer has found approvable. The zoning hearing master stated that the applicant has requested an administrative variance to the TS7 typical section substandard roadway improvements to Boki Lane, which the county engineer has found approvable. The zoning hearing master stated that primary access to the proposed development will be from Tom Folsom Road. Cross access is proposed to the north at Boki Lane. The zoning hearing master summarized that residents and property owners on Boki Lane during the zoning hearing master hearing expressed strong opposition to this access point. For the foregoing reasons, the zoning hearing master recommended approval of the rezoning request.
Thank you. So is the connection to Boki Road included in the zoning before us? And so if anybody wanted to close that, it would have to come from this board.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
I'll move approval with keeping Boki Road as a pedestrian bicycle access only.
Second. Okay. Mr. Gormley.
I just certainly can do that. I just would offer there are instances where a secondary connection is also made available for emergency access purposes.
We could add that as well. I just hadn't heard a plea for that as I usually do, but okay, we'll add it to also emergency
So
access.
the motion is to approve the rezoning in front of us with that access to Boki Road being for only emergency access and pedestrian bicycle access.
Yes.
And motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Myers. And I'm inclined to approve this. The one thing that kind of disturbs me is the design exception on Folsom Road. And I recognize that they're providing a 5-foot sidewalk. Is the applicant available for me to ask one question, or their transportation engineer, about whether that 5-foot sidewalk could be at least a 10-foot paved multi-use path, since there are no paved shoulders or bike lanes on the road, and we're leaving Folsom Road in substandard condition. I mean, while you're putting a 5-foot sidewalk, could it be a 10-foot multi-use path for baby strollers and skaters and bicycles, as well as a little pedestrian traffic? Is that possible?
Good morning, Michael Yates here with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. We were struggling to fit the 5-foot sidewalk there along the west side because of the existing right-of-way constraints. And so that was, we had to even do a deviation on some of the separation between the travel lane and the sidewalk along where an existing tree was, just to fit it. So there was not sufficient room to do the 10-foot multi-use path.
Madam Chair, Todd Pressman, what we can say is we'll of course meet the minimum, but if there is room to do more, the applicant will do more.
Thank you. And I'm going to go along with this, but after we dispose of this motion, I will make another suggestion for our transportation research and project that we're doing here. So motion on the floor to approve the rezoning as was stated with that access consideration. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And I just want to add, since we did talk about directing staff to begin considering how we might better address transportation infrastructure with development, that I have been very concerned about design exceptions to our transportation standards as a way of moving development, but leaving the roads substandard for many, many years before I got here, as I was participating in zoning as a community advocate, looking at how this was happening. And I just don't see how this could not be contributing to the fact that our streets keep ranking among the most dangerous in America. When you think about it, we keep adding more density, more cars, but not improving the roads, leaving the roads substandard, maybe adding a 5-foot sidewalks, but with often no shoulders, no paved shoulders, much less a bike lane, much less room for bikes and pedestrians to operate safely. And safe routes would be part of our safe routes to schools vision as well. So we're typically leaving roads in a rural state where we are then piling urban traffic on them. So you got these narrow lanes with no paved shoulders, and then we're adding more and more urban development, and each one is just, well, it's just 100 houses. Oh, it's just 200 houses. But it's like termites, taking just a little piece. Yes, yes, taking just a little bit, boiling the frog or the lobster. And so as we look at now, take a fresh look moving forward at our how we're approving transportation with each and every zoning. I know we're looking at this design standard business in the transportation standards manual, but I really think we need to elevate this discussion about how we keep adding residential but leaving the roads the same with our practice of design standards. It may have been working for a long time, and now we've reached a tipping point. So, food for thought. Yes, did you want to?
I was just going to ask, it's noon.
Right.
I don't know what everyone wants to do. There's 5 or 6 items left. I'm okay with whatever everyone wants to do, but if you want to continue on, I was wondering if we could have 10 minutes or so.
Absolutely. So we've got 5 items plus a staff report to come. That's considerable time to go. I'm okay with whatever anybody else wants to do, but we could take an hour break or we could take a 10-minute break. What's the pleasure of the board?
Commissioner Myers yields to Commissioner Cohen. What's your pleasure?
I'm okay with either, really.
I'm okay with either as well.
All right.
Go either way.
We're so easy.
Let's take a couple of more, and if it turns out that we're getting starving, we might decide then. But first, we'll have a 10-minute break and come back at 12:15. Thank you. Welcome back, and we will take up F5 at this point. Mr. Grady, you're recognized.
Yes, the next, again, Brian Grady, Development Services. The next item is item F5, rezoning PD 22-0444, the applicant space box of Apollo Beach. The request is a rezone of 6.19 acre parcel that's in the light industrial plan category from commercial intensive to planned development. The request is for 140,000 square feet of self-storage plus two buildings consisting of 9,000 and 12,000 for enclosed boat and RV storage. You will note on the agenda that this does have split recommendations with approval from Development Services and an inconsistency finding and denial from the zoning hearing master. The Planning Commission can go in detail regarding their basis for denial. I'll briefly summarize the issues, but again, allow them to go into the issues regarding the inconsistencies. And obviously, Ms. Lindgren will address the zoning hearing master's reasons for a denial. But basically, again, the parcel is on the east side of US 41, south of the Apollo Beach area. It's in a little area of enclave of light industrial that's between US 41 and the CSX Railroad. And here's a close-up area of the project. Got in zoning district to the northeast, and again, residential across 41, and an agricultural zoning to the east, and an AI district to the south, which permits agricultural industrial type uses on that parcel. Again, from a compatibility standpoint, staff was supportive of this, considering that the M zoning district, the adjacent zoning district allows many warehouse facilities, that current CI zoning allows many warehouse facilities. Therefore, from a compatibility standpoint, given the residential across 41, we felt this is a fairly benign use that was compatible with the area. Again, Planning Commission found an inconsistency dealing with, given the fact that they're applying for planned development and requirements for locational criteria not meeting those criteria, and also just concerns from an economic development standpoint with utilizing industrial land uses for a mini warehouse facility. Again, staff did find it approvable with conditions. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll hear from the applicant at this time. The applicant has 10 minutes.
I believe that's Tyler Hudson.
I was giving a presentation on mute. Good afternoon. My name is Tyler Hudson. My address is 400 North Ashley Drive. With me here is Alex Shaler, my colleague. Available virtually is Paige York, the applicant and developer, along with Ryan Heilman of Bowler, our civil engineer. Just for clarification, my colleagues Tria Gardner and Addie Clark are also in the room. They're going to be presenting on the next item, F6. With that, Alex is going to run through our presentation. So we're going to share our screen. Can you all see that?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
So Brian did a good job situating us of where we are here for this project. This is located right off of US Highway 41. The site is currently vacant, and as you can see on the aerial, there's primarily agricultural uses to the east, manufacturing uses as well, and then that residential development just across US 41. The development proposal that we have before you today includes one main mini warehouse facility at 147,000 square feet. That's the big building that you see relatively in the middle of the screen. We're proposing two enclosed boat RV storage buildings just behind that to the rear. Access to the site is off of US 41 as shown with the bold arrow up in the corner. And the way the site is configured, it's somewhat of a triangular shape here. So there are wetlands and surface waters that border the site around the boundary on the edges. We did offer a conservation easement to EPC, and they did not accept that, just given the fact that they were such a small area. But we are not proposing any wetland or wetland buffer impacts with this project. To run through this is a quick rendering of what the site looks like. These have been developed over time and will continue to be developed in terms of the facade. But what you don't see here is that we are committing to providing a double row of landscaping, increasing the buffer width from 8 feet to 20 feet along US 41. So that'll be definitely more landscape and trees than shown in this rendering here. LDC section 61160, you all are very familiar with this section of code as it governs all of the mini warehousing developments that come before you. So we wanted to note that this boat and RV storage areas that we're proposing, outlined in green, are fully enclosed. And I think that's something that's relatively unique. And the reason that a lot of the proposals that come before you don't have that is because they don't have the floor area ratio to accommodate that. We made sure that we were complying with that, as well as the fact that this area is less than 20% of the main building square footage as required by code. So there are no mini warehousing specific waivers being requested. I'm mentioning the proposed conditions of approval. As I mentioned, that we're providing additional buffering. We are also offering or committing to install solar panels, either roof or pole mounted, in the areas of the enclosed boat and RV storage area, which is something that this commission has seen and approved with other storage projects. So staff, as Brian mentioned, did find this application approvable, and we wanted to note that. And then here's a list of all of the reviewing agencies that did find the application consistent. As you can see, that's all with the exception of the Planning Commission. And we respectfully disagree with their position in terms of an inconsistency. And we plan to spend the remainder of the presentation running through some of those policies that you will hear from later in their report as well. The first policy we wanted to note is policy 1.4. This is related to the surrounding compatibility. So there's three main components of this policy, which we've broken out on screen, 1, 2, and 3, that are color coded. I'll go into those in more detail in the next couple of slides. The first part of policy 1.4 states that compatibility is defined as the characteristics of different uses or activities which allow them to be near or adjacent to each other in harmony. So we've thrown that aerial back up on the screen. As you can see, the yellow star is where the proposed storage facility will be located. Just to the north, as mentioned earlier, there's a mixed-use warehouse to the south, a produce wholesaler, agricultural uses to the east. We feel as if this mini warehousing development is absolutely in harmony with these surrounding uses here in this area. Second part of policy 1.4 states that compatibility includes height, scale, mass, and bulk of structures, a couple different site design components in terms of pedestrian vehicular traffic, circulation. Our standpoint, as you can see on the table, we've put check marks as for what we think is compatible with the different surrounding developments here, but we feel if you're driving along US 41 and you're looking at the storage facility, it's going to be very, very compatible in terms of design and in bulk and massing to the manufacturing uses and other warehouses bordering the site to the north and the south. So the third policy, or the third part of policy 1.4, just states that compatibility does not mean the same as, and we recognize this as mini warehousing, which is different per code than warehousing or manufacturing uses, but this is in harmony with the surrounding uses in the area. So that's kind of general compatibility with the surrounding uses. The comp plan also addresses compatibility in terms of the light industrial future land use category. So we've got policy 8.1 up here, which includes two different sections as well, 1 and 2. One is very similar to what we just went through previously. Building type, residential density, all of mini warehousing is compatible, and it is in harmony with the light industrial future land use category from the perspective of type, the fact that this is no residential density proposed, functional use. The second part of policy 8.1 is more noteworthy in that it states that each category has a range of potentially permissible uses, not exhaustive, but they're intended to be illustrative of the character of uses within that district. So I have on the screen LDC section 2.02.01 defines the industrial districts per the Land Development Code. They're designed to primarily provide, it says, for manufacturing, processing, assembly, and warehousing. And again, as stated, we feel as if mini warehousing does fall within this character of uses, and that is very compatible with these other uses listed within the industrial definition in the Land Development Code. And with that, I'll pass it back to Tyler, who's going to continue this.
Thanks, Alex. Commissioners, there's two other areas that the Planning Commission found this application lacking in, and one is commercial locational criteria, which I think this commission's been presented many, many times with situations where a project falls short of commercial locational criteria, but I respectfully submit that in the larger context, makes sense. This project's along US 41, which runs parallel to a rail route. It's very difficult to imagine anything really meeting commercial locational criteria here because there are very few major intersections at all. This is in one of the straightaway sections of US 41 in Apollo Beach. And so commercial locational criteria being a node-based, intersection-based methodology to evaluate commercial development, just by virtue of where this is, the major intersections I think are about a half mile apart. It would be very tough to meet. So zooming out a little bit, what we're talking about what is essentially a neighborhood serving commercial use. Apollo Beach is growing a lot. The population's up about 9%. Storage is very expensive here. The rates have doubled in the past 2 years because while certain parts of Hillsborough County might seem to have an awful lot of storage, other parts don't. And Apollo Beach has about 1/3 of the capacity of Brandon and 1/5 of the current capacity of Riverview. And given the demographic characteristics of Apollo Beach, with a fairly significant retiree population, along with being a coastal community, we think this development is going to adequately serve the need for RV boat storage, along with the storage that just inevitably comes with increased residential development, which this area has certainly seen a lot of. And finally, one thing that's mentioned in the Planning Commission report is the Apollo Beach Community Plan. When we look at these developments or look at these community plans, we're very sensitive to them, but I would respectfully submit that some of the goals that are in these community plans are a little bit tough to apply against a single 6-acre piece of land. And so while the goal that's on screen about ensuring well-paying employment is laudable, and we don't think this development does anything to take away from that, I think using that as a basis for an inconsistency is a little challenging. At least 20%, perhaps more, of your average storage consumer is a commercial business that's using it. It's not just folks who are cleaning out their attic. And so it's tough for us, I think, in the position of the property owner, and I think it's tough for the Planning Commission or even you as commissioners to determine how every person is going to use a use like that. We believe that this is entirely appropriate to locate along US 41 between what look like warehouses now. We are committing to go above and beyond by doubling the shade tree requirement for the frontage along US 41, and also committing to solar on the RV boat portions, which we've done on other sites, which we think makes a lot of sense, potentially as a performance standard. But we're volunteering to do that, and those are in the conditions of approval that are before you this afternoon. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And so at this point, we'll have, this is a public hearing. We'll open up for any proponent. I have some people signed up, but I think they might be with the applicant team, Mr. Shaler and Ms. York and Heilman. Are those all with the applicant team?
Yes, Commissioner, those are all with us. And so we'll all be available for questions, but that concludes our presentation. Okay, thank you. So is there any proponent or opponent present in Saunders Library? It looks like a lot of empty chairs. Is there anybody there to speak to this proposal?
No one to speak to this item.
Okay. So no need for rebuttal at this point. We'll go straight to the Planning Commission staff.
Thank you. For the record, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the light industrial future land use category. The site is located in the urban service area, and it is also located within the limits of the Apollo Beach Community Plan, as well as the Southshore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The subject site does not meet commercial locational criteria as defined under Objective 22 of the future land use element, as it is not a qualifying intersection and within the required distance from that intersection. The nearest qualifying intersection is identified as Mac Miller Road and US Highway 41, and the site is located approximately 1,800 linear feet farther from the intersection, which is limited to the 900 feet that I've mentioned. The applicant has requested a waiver to commercial locational criteria as permitted by future land use element policy 22.8 for staff and board consideration. The proposed rezoning does not meet the intent of future land use element objective 26 and policy 26.5 that seek to restrict non-industrial land uses in industrial future land use categories for securing long-term economic development. The applicant submitted a memorandum dated May 24th outlining consistency with these policies by stating that many warehouse uses, when coupled with RV and boat parking, are more industrial in nature and not commercial, and can holistically be considered as more akin to industrial uses. The proposed use would intensify a neighborhood serving commercial use that does not meet locational criteria and would generate few employment opportunities in a future land use category that anticipates greater employment opportunities. Moreover, in conversations with economic development staff regarding this rezoning, staff concurred that the continued trend of reducing significant job generating commercial, office, and industrial land available in South County does diminish future opportunities to accommodate job creation for nearby residents and the attendant benefits of having nearby employment in the area. This raises concerns for the Planning Commission staff as the area is within the limits of the adopted Apollo Beach Community Plan that has identified a need for greater well-paying employment. Goal 9 and Policy 9.1.2 of the Community Design component in the future land use element also contain policy direction about the prevention of strip commercial uses by scaling them to the existing character of the community. As the site does not meet commercial locational criteria, it does not meet the intent of the Community Design component. The subject site is located in the Southshore Area-Wide Systems Plan, which defers to the land development pattern preferred by its smaller community plans, which in this case would be the Apollo Beach Community Plan. Goal 7 of that community plan seeks to ensure professional and well-paying employment opportunities in the area. By the applicant's own admission, the proposed use would not generate a high number of well-paying employment opportunities, but they would be greater than what currently exists. Planning Commission staff finds this argument lacking and not in keeping with the long-range vision of the comprehensive plan, and therefore the proposed use is inconsistent with the vision of the community plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go to the zoning hearing master, just to clarify what the process is, the Planning Commission is telling us that in our 20-year plan horizon, you know, we have certain areas for agriculture, certain areas for residential, certain areas for high-density residential, certain areas for industrial, certain areas for commercial, so that we're providing economic jobs and opportunities in the same proportion with residential. But what I'm hearing from Development Services is you're just considering compatibility based on not the big economic picture, but whether or not this would be intrusive into the neighborhood or create traffic problems or something. How does that jibe with what Planning Commission just said?
So we're looking at this from the standpoint of what the future land use category is, what the typical zoning districts are that would be in that district, which in this plan category includes manufacturing, which I believe is the zoning to the north. The manufacturing zoning district permits mini warehouse as an allowed use. So we're looking at this as a use that would be allowed on the property adjacent to it. We understand that there is the issue of not meeting locational criteria, and that the board's standards and criteria for granting a waiver to locational criteria include essentially whether the use would be compatible with the surrounding area. That's why we focused our review on the compatibility of the use with the surrounding area, and so that was the rationale of how we looked at it.
Okay.
I just will also point out that the additional conditions that the applicant referenced at the outset of their presentation have been emailed to the board members, so you should have that available.
Thank you. And we'll hear from the zoning hearing master's report.
The zoning hearing master reviewed the applicant's request for rezoning of the subject property from commercial intensive zoning to planned development to allow for 147,000 square foot, 4-story self-storage facility and 2 additional buildings comprising 9,000 square feet and 12,000 square feet of enclosed recreational vehicle and boat storage. The zoning hearing master stated that the applicant is requesting a waiver of the additional 2-foot setback for each foot over 20 feet in height for the front, rear, and side yard setbacks to allow greater flexibility in appropriately locating the proposed structures on the property. The applicant is proposing a maximum 50-foot building height with no additional setback. Development Services staff, found this waiver request to be supportable. The zoning hearing master stated that the applicant is requesting a waiver of the commercial locational criteria. Planning Commission staff do not support the waiver and recommend the Board of County Commissioners not grant the applicant a waiver to the commercial locational criteria. For the foregoing reason, the zoning hearing master recommended denial of the rezoning request.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll take up board discussion. I'm not seeing anybody. I'll kick it off then by saying Commissioner Kemp?
I'll move approval. And I do it with just looking actually at the surrounding uses and the use between the CSX tracks and 41. And it seems like a use that would be compatible with the area and with the narrow opportunities that exist in that area.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by approval from Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Cohen. I won't be supporting it because I support the Planning Commission and the Apollo Beach Community Plan's vision of providing jobs, particularly good paying jobs. As we grow, we are, as the applicant noted, putting an awful lot of residential in this area, as we've tried to do with other areas in South County that were fast growing. We recognize that we do need to provide jobs as we grow where we're putting the residential growth. And that to me is part and parcel why the long-range 20-year comprehensive plan says we need some light industrial here, like the adjacent use of the packing plant to the south. And in order to provide jobs. And yet another mini warehouse, RV storage lot is not providing jobs to the area. And, I think there's a reason that the comprehensive plan calls for a certain amount of light industrial and in this area. And so I agree, it's compatible in as far as nobody's going to object to the look of it driving by on 41, but and it's not going to disturb the character of the neighborhood. So in that sense, it's compatible. But it's not compatible. It's inconsistent with our comprehensive plan and consistent with the community plan, and we have economic development weighing in and saying we need jobs here, which the comprehensive plan provides for, and this it does not. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting the motion on the floor. If it fails, I'll pass the gavel and make the other motion, but we'll see how the rest of the board feels. And seeing no further discussion, please record your vote on the motion to approve.
Motion carried 4-2. Commissioner Hagan and Smith voted no.
Okay. Item F6, Mr. Grady.
The next item is agenda item F6, rezoning PD 22-0561. This is a request to rezone a 1.88 acre parcel from AS1 to planned development at the northeast corner of Big Bend Road and Balm Riverview Road for a 5,972 square foot convenience store with gas and car wash. Michelle Heinrich with county staff will provide a brief overview of the request.
Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. This is a request to rezone property from AS1 to PD to allow for a convenience store with gas pumps and a car wash in the Riverview community. The site is located at the northeast corner of Balm Riverview Road and Big Bend Road. The size of the parcel allows the site to provide significant setbacks, maintain a one-story height limit, and provide buffering and screening despite it not being required. The proposed intensity of the site will be a 0.08 FAR. The site is located at the southwestern edge of the Tropical Acres community. The site has road frontage along the west, south, and east, with the east being Gordon Road. Primary access will occur on Big Bend and Balm Riverview roads as right-in, right-out access points. A third access point is proposed on Gordon Road. This was supported by staff to provide connectivity to an existing public road, reduce the need to travel on arterial roadways, and to reduce travel distance for area residents. To mitigate for any possible impacts, the applicant has agreed to limit the use of the Gordon Road access to customers only. The turning radius will be designed so that it will not accommodate commercial tanker trucks, and this access point will include signage prohibiting commercial truck use. Tree and hedge plantings will be provided along Gordon Road to enhance the site's appearance from the nearby residential properties. 2 residential properties are located to the east on the eastern side of Gordon Road. The northernmost residence is oriented northward, and its fenced backyard is what is across from the site. The southernmost residence is oriented southwards towards Big Bend Road on a 1.2-acre parcel. That home is located approximately 50 feet from Gordon Road. The future land use category of the parcel allows for consideration of the use, and such uses are required to meet commercial locational criteria. A finding of consistency from the Planning Commission staff was received. Staff recommends approval subject to proposed conditions of approval, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you. Do we have the applicant?
Yes, Truett Gardner here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I have Addie Clark with me, and in the interest of time, Michelle has done a great job. We have findings of consistency from all of staff, and then also a recommendation of approval from the zoning hearing master. And so I will stand down unless you have questions. We do have a full presentation, but in the interest of time, I don't think that's necessary. One important note is this is at the intersection of Big Bend and Balm Riverview Road, which I think is a natural commercial node for this type of development. And with that, we'll stand down and answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And this is a public hearing for F6. I have a Carlo, a Yates, and a Gardner. Well, the Gardner is you all. Is Yates and Carlo with you?
Yes, both. Okay. Carlo is our civil, and Michael Yates, I believe, is in attendance there, but our traffic consultant.
So is there anyone else present in Saunders Library who would wish to speak as a proponent?
No proponents.
Any opponents?
Yes, we have a couple of opponents who would like to speak.
Okay. The opponents have 10 minutes total together to speak.
Good afternoon. Mr. Franklin and I need to be sworn.
Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Buddy Harwell, Balm, Florida, Vice President, Balm Civic Association, here asking for denial on this application. I've entered stuff into the record at the ZHM. I'll go over a few things. As you can see on here, this is going to add another 3,600 cars to the area. This is 2-lane substandard roads across the street from an elementary school, a church on the south. Once again, we're asking for design exceptions, administrative variances. This is some signatures from some of our residents in the area asking for denial. This is showing 2020 FBI crime stats.
Excuse me, Mr. Harwell,
Yes,
is that crime stat document something that you saw, that you showed at ZHM?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, just confirming that because I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's all, that's where I printed it off last night.
Okay.
Convenience stores are number 4th on the list for crime. Gas stations number 7. Also, shown the possibilities of fires at gas stations. And this is if you go back about a year and a half ago, remember the board granted a variance from commercial criteria inside RP2 in the Hawkstone area. At that point, there was a big report showing that the commercial is not needed in RP2. This is on the edge of RP2. It is next to agricultural zoned area. The main thing is it's across the street from the elementary school, and we all know what they're going to come and ask for next. This should not be allowed. It shouldn't even gotten this far. The church is south of this site also, and also your new pumping station is just adjacent to the north of this. So we're asking for your denial on all that. And we ask you to make a decision. Are the children of this county as important as a wetland, like you denied the previous gas station earlier? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker has 7 minutes.
My name is James Franklin. I live in 15064 Baum Road, beautiful downtown Baum. And I want to thank the commissioners and all the county staff for letting us speak today. It's a beautiful facility. I've got to say a few things, and one of them is, only thing I'm worried about is the school kids. We need more problems. We don't need any more problems protecting our kids. We have idiots out there that want to go in and hurt kids at schools. I'm worried about a tanker filling up at this place. Something happening to that tanker and it blowing up. What the hell is going to happen then? And I don't need any more drunks on the road drinking liquor at these places and driving. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in opposition?
No one approaching the podium.
There's 6 minutes left for opposition testimony. Do we have anybody else who wishes to speak?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. The applicant has 5 minutes rebuttal.
Sure, just a couple of points, and then I'm going to defer to Michael Yates on the traffic concerns. But one, I would note that there are absolutely no objections from any of the surrounding property owners, including the residential homeowners to the east of this property. We work closely with them. We're providing enhanced buffers. And so we're satisfied and are happy with that support there. Then secondly, as to the concerns raised about crime and fire, I'd just like to point out that you cannot infer general information to a specific project. So that would not be any sort of grounds for competent substantial evidence there. And with that, I'll turn it over to Michael Yates on the transportation questions, but appreciate staff's time with this and your time with this as well, and would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Good morning, Michael Yates with Palm Traffic, and I have been sworn. I just wanted to go through and address some of the transportation comments. We do have some design exceptions. They're more functional design exceptions. What we are doing is we're adding a traffic separator to Balm Riverview here. This will make this driveway a right in, right out. The Hillsborough County pump station is on this parcel immediately to our north. So we will be adding a northbound right turn lane as well.
to serve the project, as well as sidewalk along the frontage. Along Big Bend Road, we were adding a 10-foot multi-use path along the roadway frontage. This will connect into the sidewalk that goes across the street at the crosswalk. So all this pedestrian connectivity will be made. Part of the administrative variance for driveway spacing is we move the driveway on Big Bend Road away from the intersection to get it out of that influence area. And we will be adding a traffic separator along Big Bend Road as well to make sure that that is a right-in, right-out driveway. And finally, along the comments that we've reduced the radiuses for this back driveway, we worked with transportation staff to design this in a manner that would not allow trucks to use the Gordon Road access. So we've done everything we can to minimize that and provide that to staff to review during this process. I'm happy to answer any other questions you may have.
Thank you. You've got 2.5 minutes left for, is there any more that you'd like to say in rebuttal?
No, that's all we have. Unless you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Thank you. So at this point, we'll go to the Planning Commission staff report.
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential Planned 2 or RP2 future land use category. The site is located in the rural area and located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan and the Southshore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The intent of the RP2 category is to designate areas that are suited for agricultural development in the immediate horizon of the plan, but may be suitable for planned villages as described in the plan, in order to avoid a pattern of single-dimensional developments that could create urban sprawl. Non-residential uses can be considered in the RP2 future land use category and are subject to commercial locational criteria. The subject site does meet locational criteria as the site is located within the 660 feet node of Big Bend Road and Balm Riverview Road, which is a qualifying intersection. Typically having access onto a local road, which is Gordon Road, on the east side of the site, for a non-residential use would present a compatibility issue and also be inconsistent with future land use element policy 16.5, which requires that higher intensity non-residential land uses adjacent to established neighborhoods be restricted to collectors and arterials and to locations external to established and developing neighborhoods. However, in this unique case, having residents travel an indirect route to use the gas station rather than providing an access road or an access point from Gordon Road would prove to be inefficient. The subject site meets the intent of future land use element objective 16 and its accompanying policies regarding the protection of adjacent land uses through various buffering and mitigation techniques. According to policy 1.4, compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals and maintaining the character of existing development. The rezoning application has proposed several mitigative factors to help protect and seek compatibility with the surrounding residential neighborhood. Not only does the site plan propose enhanced screening and buffering along Gordon Road to mitigate impacts to the residential lots to the east, the access point onto Gordon Road will not function as the primary access point. Conditions will be in place to restrict larger tanker trucks from using the Gordon Road access, which will further mitigate any impacts. A no truck sign will also be placed on Gordon Road. The Gordon Road access is consistent with Goal 4 of the Riverview Community Plan, which calls for efficient multimodal transportation systems. Per the site plan, there will be a pedestrian connection to accommodate the single-family residential development to the east. Also, with the addition of the no truck signage placed on Gordon Road, this will support in the effort of maintaining capacity of the low-volume neighborhood roadway. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. And the zoning hearing master report?
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request for rezoning of the subject property from AS1 to plan development to allow for development of a 4,992 square foot convenience store with gasoline sales, as well as a 980 square foot car wash. The applicant has requested an administrative variance to permit 3 access connections to serve the project. The county engineer found the administrative variance approvable. The applicant requested an administrative variance for access spacing standards related to the proposed Big Bend Road connection. This was also found approvable by the county engineer. The applicant's requested design exception for Balm River View Road substandard roadway improvements was also found to be approvable, as well as a design exception for Big Bend Road substandard roadway improvements. Based on the foregoing information reviewed by the zoning hearing master, the zoning hearing master recommended approval of the rezoning request.
Thank you. And before we open the floor to any motions, I want to point out that this, I didn't get a chance to talk with staff ahead of time, but this application is south of the Alafaya in the water caution area that where we're dealing with low water pressure issues still, and so it needs that new water condition added. The water resources comment includes the condition, that was on page 128, but it didn't get listed in the zoning conditions that are on page 9 to 11. Let me ask the applicant, are you aware of what I'm talking about? Let me read this to you. Water resources on page 128 of the backup indicates the standard condition that we've been putting on every zoning for new development south of the Alafaya River, and that is that the water distribution system improvements will need to be completed prior to connection to the county's water system. The improvements include 2 funded CIP projects that are currently under construction. C3 2001, the South County Potable Water Repump Station expansion, and C3 2011, the Potable Water Inline Booster Pump Station. And those will need to be completed by the county prior to issuance of any building permits that will create additional demand on the system. So that we've been just like routinely putting those into the conditions of every new development project south of the Alafaya, but somehow that didn't make it into your conditions. Would you be amenable to adding that to your conditions?
We are aware of that, and we've had that applied to other projects we worked on, and yes, we would be amenable to that.
Thank you. Okay. So now I'll open it up for board discussion.
Move for approval.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Myers. Going once. Oh,
Second, with the caveat of Commissioner Smith's water condition.
All right, we've got a motion to approve with that water condition by Commissioner Myers, second by Commissioner Cohen. And I would just like to ask Development Services staff to reassure the citizens that the alcohol sales that one of the citizens was concerned about across Balm River View Road from school, that those would require a special use permit. Is that true? And that would entail other hearings and consideration of the location and the proximity to the school?
Yes, ma'am. This approval does not include any authorization for alcohol sales. If they were to seek that, they would require an alcoholic beverage development permit. The typical alcohol sales that we see in convenience stores are what's called incidental sales. The incidental sales does have a separation from schools of 500 feet, which would, there's a school across the street that would be in that distance. So in order to have any zoning approval for alcohol sales, it would require a special use permit for a waiver of that distance, which would be a notice of public hearing before a land use hearing officer.
Thank you. So, so then the public will have an opportunity to weigh in there on those special use hearing? And that would have a sign at the property?
Yes, it'll have a sign. It will come up on our zoning, online zoning map yeah, with mail notice.
Because, I understand that concern from the neighbors. Does the applicant have anything to say to address that?
No, we're aware of that. Obviously, that's not a part of this application, and so we'll need to be weighing that as the developer proceeds.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further board discussion, we've got a motion on the floor. Please record your vote.
Motion carried, 5-0.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Hagan's a yes.
I'm sorry?
I will edit the vote. Thank you.
Oh, that was Commissioner Hagan is joining us remotely now. So he's got his vote recorded, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I will edit the votes. Would you like a roll call vote for the rest of the items, or did you want to use tablets?
We will do roll call so we can include Commissioner Hagan. Thank you.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
All right. So item 5, F7. Mr. Grady.
The next item is agenda item F7, major mod application 22-0569. The applicant is iSource Towers LLC. The request is for a major modification to existing PD to add a cellular communications tower 160 feet tall within the planned development, which is located on Lithia Pinecrest, north of Fishhawk Boulevard at the corner of Lithia Pinecrest and Lithia Springs Road. Per the Land Development Code, any new PDs approved after 2005 require an applicant for its communications tower to specifically request for the permissibility to have this use within the PD. The applicant will still be required to go through special use permit process to address compliance with need standards and other applicable standards not addressed through the plan development. As part of the plan development, as per the requirements, the applicant has to show the location of it and address camouflage requirements. The applicant has asked relief from the camouflage requirements. I would note staff is supportive of this request based on the location of the use behind the existing, as shown in the site plan, the existing mini warehouse facility, and the fact that significant setbacks from any adjacent residential and existing vegetation within the area that we felt, given the location of it, was appropriate for approval, and are recommending approval with conditions, and we're available for any questions. Thank you.
And now the applicant's presentation. You have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'm Matt Tenaya John, 935 Main Street, Suite C4, Safety Harbor, Florida 34695. As a point of order, I do have a PowerPoint presentation from my ZHM hearing to put up. The only change is that the title page says Board of County Commissioners hearing.
Thank you.
All right, next, please. As you heard, I come before you today with staff, ZHM, and also your outside RF consultant experts' recommendations of approval, along with Planning Commission findings of consistency to allow a 186-foot tall monopole-style communication tower to the PUD located at 5241 Lithia Springs Road. This normally would not come before you. It would normally just be a special use. However, since we are a PUD after 2005, we get bumped up to your review, and I will be going before your LUHO for a special use after this, should you approve me. The PD has 3 development options, 1 commercial, 2 residential. It has been built out under the commercial option, and we are merely adding the cell tower to the commercial option. The residential options will be left as is. Next, please. I'm just showing you your zoning and your future land use map. In all maps I show you today, up will be north unless I state otherwise. Next, please. This is a picture of a monopole-style communication tower. When I say monopole, it's a type of tower consisting of a single dull gray support pole with no external guide wires or ironworks extending out from it. It does have externally mounted antennas on a headframe at the top, and that gives the monopole adequate room to support the antennas and top-end equipment that runs the antennas. Next, please. As was mentioned by staff, your code presumes flagpole, bell tower, clock tower, and tree type camouflages to be compatible with this zoning. We did ask for a waiver because 186-foot tall clock tower or bell tower coming out of a storage facility seemed to be out of context. A flagpole would be technologically unfeasible because you could not fit the antennas and equipment inside it, and they would overheat if you could fit them inside. And then you have your tree type camouflage, which you could contextually make work, but it does add more bulk than just letting it be a simple gray monopole. And as you heard, staff is recommending approval of that waiver. That is my one waiver. I meet or exceed the requirements of your code and all other aspects. Please move to the next. So as you'll see as we're zooming in here, the entire area is characterized by mature tree canopy. Most of that is live oak out there. And where we're proposing to locate the monopole, that red marker is not it, that's from your property appraiser's pictometric views, is actually down to the south by the wetlands to the south. South of that is a water treatment plant. To the north are the mini storage facility, Lithia Springs Road, and then a parcel zone for a daycare facility with a house on it. You can see on the north side, Lithia Springs. To the east is mini storage, is the parent use, mature trees, Lithia Pinecrest Road, then a fencing contractor off on the other side of Lithia Pinecrest. To the west are wetlands and mature trees. Then we reach a house at the canopy's edge, and that's zoned AR. The code requirement is 100% tower height separation from the residential property to the west, and we exceed that code required setback. We actually provide 2.2 times tower height, so we are more than double what the code requires. Next slide, please. This is just showing a quick layout overlaid on an aerial. You can see in the lower the lower left-hand center, a rectangle with a circle inside of it and a larger circle around it. That's where the monopole would be proposed to be located. The rectangle is the equipment compound for the bottom end equipment that runs the antennas and the top end equipment. The larger circle is the fall zone radius. This will be designed to the latest Florida building codes and the international, or the TIA code for towers. This will employ fall zone technology, so in the unlikely event of a structural failure, it won't collapse, but rather it will fold over upon itself, be completely contained within that radius shown on the parent parcel. This is technology that's been around for a while. The DOT uses, I have memories of seeing lampposts at the Kings Highway exit on I-75 when I was a child, after Charlie came through and all the antennas, all the lampposts were bent over upon themselves. That's because they were the same type of structure using fall zone technology. All right. Next slide, please. The monopole also exceeds the spirit of your code. The nearest house to the north is 4.8 times tower height away. To the south, it's 22.8 times tower height away. To the east, 15.5 times tower height away. To the west, it's 3.6 times tower height. And then to the northwest, it's 4.4 times tower height. So not only do we exceed the letter of your code, we also exceed the spirit of your code by a significant factor, which when also combined with the mature tree canopy through the area, we do respectfully submit justifies the waiver. The monopole will be designed to collocate up to 4 carriers. We've met the requirements for your code as far as collocation offer letters and the like. Verizon will be the anchor carrier. I know this is more of a special use thing that your LUHO will think about, but Verizon is trying to fill a gap in service. Next, please. That orange arrow just shows the location of the tower. Next, please. And then those residential properties are shown with the green arrows. Next, please. Next. Next. This is just the site plan without the aerial, just to help eliminate some of the clutter. Next, please. This is the elevation, and it shows that Verizon will be located at the top. This is the minimum height necessary for Verizon to achieve their RF objective of closing in the gap that they're trying to deal with. Next, please. These are photo simulations that your LUHO reviewed. Basically, you have minimal to no tower visibility throughout the area, except for Sim 4. We can, next, please. And again, there's just so much tree canopy in the area you can't see it. So this is from Lithia Pinecrest looking south. Next, please. Lithia Pinecrest looking north through the trees, and you can see that the trees along Lithia Pinecrest are able to buffer the entire monopole. Next, please. This is from Lithia Springs Road looking west. And again, you can see the canopy in the area completely obstructs the monopole. Next, please. And then finally, we are right in front of the parent parcel use where there is an immature buffer that will eventually grow up and buffer. You can see that while the monopole is visible, the entire base is obscured. It does scale down within the scale of structures in the foreground, such as those utility lines, and those trees will be growing up to obstruct the rest of the monopole. Next, please. This is the RF justification package that is in your record. Next, please. Next. 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 This shows the current coverage that Verizon has in the area. Areas that are green have reliable coverage. Areas that are red have unreliable coverage. What I can't show you with a map is capacity charting. The cellular carriers deal with the same concurrency issues that the county deals with roads. We're always trying to keep up with the traffic. They try to upgrade their existing towers as much as possible by putting bigger antennas on them and more top-end equipment. That's like adding lanes and multimodal capability to a road. And then once you reach the maximum that a tower can do, you have to add a new one. So that's what this is. They're actually relocating from a small deployment that's on top of a power pole to this tower, so that way they can close part of their coverage gap and also provide capacity for the expanding user base in the area. Next, please. The purple arrow points to the existing power line co-location that will be decommissioned. Next, please. And the orange arrow points to the proposed monopole. Next, please. This shows the proposed coverage, and you can see that the red areas have decreased and that we have coverage to the residential to the east that we did not have before, and to the south. Also to the south of our tower location is a public shopping center that it will be offloading capacity from. Next, please. And again, just to run through our housekeeping, your notice is on file. The co-location offer letters for your code have been on file. We've received our FAA and HCA approvals. So this will be completely dark at night, and HCAA does not find it to be an obstruction to air navigation. Your outside RF expert concurs that this tower is necessary. You hire an RF engineer to double check us, and they have found this is necessary. The ZHM recommended approval. And finally, I'd just like to close on the 911 call statistics for Hillsborough County. Next, please. In 2018, over 84% of all 911 calls received by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office came from wireless phones. And this just shows that we are wireless connectivity. It's not a luxury, it's a necessity. It's a piece of our infrastructure. I have MMPD and special use factors that I could go through, but in the interest of time, I will defer you to your expert staff's report, as well as the narrative that is in the file. We do agree to staff's proposed conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available for any time that you may have, and I reserve any remaining time for rebuttal. Thank you.
My goodness, right in at 0 seconds left. Way to land that plane. Thank you very much for that presentation. That takes us to any oral argument. And I don't see anyone signed up virtually. Is there anyone in Saunders Librarian who is a proponent but not with the applicant?
No one in the audience.
Any opponent testimony?
No one in the audience.
Okay. Then I would assume the applicant will waive rebuttal since there's nothing to rebut and move to Planning Commission staff report.
Melissa Leinhard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential 2 Future Land Use category. The site is located in the urban service area and is located within the Southshore Area-wide Systems Plan. The applicant requests to modify the existing planned development to add a 186-foot monopole communication tower with 2,493 square feet of equipment to development option 1. The proposed monopole communication tower will be placed within the southwestern portion of the site at the rear of the development. Surrounding uses include single-family residential to the north and west, a water treatment plant to the south, and a service yard for a commercial fencing company to the east. The applicant is exceeding all setback and buffer requirements as per the Land Development Code, consistent with Policy 9.2 and objectives 46 and its associated policies in the future land use element. The applicant has requested a waiver to camouflaging. The subject site is located at the border of the rural area where there are low-density residential dwellings and large areas of natural undeveloped land. The monopole design is at the rear of the commercial development and surrounded to the south by a heavily wooded area. Therefore, the proposal is consistent with Objective 16 and its accompanying policies regarding neighborhood protection. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed modification consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. And does your staff there have anything to add? The staff that appeared on the camera there for a minute? Your assistant?
That's my rescue, Marty. No, he's good. He left now. Thank you.
All right. Zoning Hearing Master report.
The zoning hearing master considered the requested major modification of Plan Development 16913, Option 1, to allow a wireless communication facility as an allowed use in the plan development. The proposed communication facility will consist of a 186-foot-tall monopole tower with external antennas and compound space designed to co-locate up to 4 users. The applicant is requesting a waiver of Land Development Code Section 6.11.29 D3A, camouflage design requirements. Development Services staff agrees with the applicant's justifications for waiver of the camouflage design requirements and has no objections. Development Services staff identified no compatibility issues with the proposed modification and found the request to be approvable with the conditions enumerated in the staff report based on the applicant's general site plan submitted May 16th. Planning Commission staff, as you've heard, has found the proposed modification to be compatible with the existing and planned development pattern in the area and consistent with the comprehensive plan. For the foregoing reasons, the zoning hearing master recommended approval of the major modification request.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move to board discussion.
I'll move approval.
Get a second.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Cohen, second by Commissioner Myers. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote. Oh, sorry, we're going to take a roll call vote. Yeah.
Smith?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Chair Smith, just as a correction for the record, item F6 with the edit of Commissioner Hagan's vote, the vote count was 6-0.
Thank you. All right, and now that takes us to F8. Mr. Grady.
The next item is agenda item F8, rezoning standard 22-0580. It's rezone 11.51 acre parcel from RSC4 with mobile home overlay and AS1 to RSC4 with a mobile home overlay. Commissioners, at their last meeting, after hearing staff presentations on this item, as part of your board discussion, there was discussion and questions regarding the fact that given that this is in a Res 4 plan category in the rural service area, that due to connection policies, the minimum lot size for the project would have to be a half acre, and there was questions about, why their request for an RSC4 MH when if the minimum lot size per the connection policies in the rural service area would only allow for a half acre lot. So the board did continue this to allow for further discussions regarding that issue. So again, it probably would be appropriate at this point to hear from the applicant to respond to that discussion regarding that question and their response to that question and posed by the board. And again, since this is board discussion, it would not be necessary to rehear presentations from various staffs unless there's a desire by the board. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
From the applicant?
Yes, sorry. Good afternoon. Isabel Albert with Half Associates. 1000 North Ashley Drive, Suite 900. I've got a very quick presentation for you, please. Next. So as you recall, this site is located in the rural service area in Thonosasa, and it's on County Road 579, just south of Pruitt. It's about 11 and a half acre site. Next. So the zoning over there, as you pointed out before, is quite intense. I mean, you have a lot of commercial uses along, it's also called Manga Road, County Road 579. The PD to the east is approved for manufacturing use. PD to the east is Lazy Day RV sale. It's a long day. But you can see it's quite intense. To the south of us, the AR portion, that's Hillsborough County Household Hazardous Waste Collection, and then you've got scattered single-family homes. The future land use is residential or in that area. Next, please. So again, this is a pocket of residential for future land use. The big blue area is the county land, landfilled. And then you've got some commercial, again, all along there, manufacturing commercial south of Pruitt Road. Next, please. So because of the uses there is, county did install a 12-inch water main all along 579 there, as well as a wastewater main. And we were aware of that, but we are also aware from the comments received that we cannot connect to this water and sewer because there's current policies that does not allow that. However, we do have to provide a half-acre lot in order to address the rural area and to have a septic tank. We were very aware of that. However, we still decided to go forward with the RSC4 just because it was compatible with the existing zoning around there, but also in the future, hoping that maybe there is going to be a policy that if you're adjacent to existing water and sewer, that you may be connected, even if you're in the rural service area, considering there's a landfill site across the way. And so we maintained that knowing the requirements. But next, please. And so this is why, we had that zoning proposed. But understanding that what your concerns were and everything, if it pleases the board, we will amend it to the RSC2 with the mobile home overlay. But that would mean that if ever that policy changes, we'd have to come back for the rezoning. We were trying to avoid that, knowing that we are still required to have that half acre because of the, those regulations. But I'm here if you have any questions. I know you question why this is basically the reason why we asked for the RSC4 with the mobile home overlay. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you. So the proposal before us is still for RSC4 or it's been amended to RSC2?
Commissioner, it is still RSC4. I understood what the applicant to say is if the board desired, they would agree to a RSC2 with a mobile home overlay.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have any, this is a public hearing. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak to this item, either as a proponent or an opponent in the Saunders?
No one in the audience.
All right. Then no need for a rebuttal. Is Planning Commission staff report?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. The subject, or Melissa Lighthard, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use category. The site is located in the rural area and also within the limits of the Thonosasa Community Plan. The intent of the residential 4 future land use category is to designate areas that are suitable for low-density residential development. Based on the future land use designation, up to 4 dwelling units per acre are permitted. On the proposed 11.49 acre site, up to 45 dwelling units are permitted on site. However, the rural area limits lot sizes to 0.5 acres at a minimum. The maximum number of units based on that would be 22 to meet the minimum lot size requirement. Per future land use element policy 9.2, developments must meet or exceed requirements of all land development regulations as established and adopted by Hillsborough County. Per the One Water section of the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, any extension, connection, or utilization of water or wastewater systems in the rural area are considered on a limited basis if they meet specific exemptions as outlined in the Land Development Code. In addition, new development is responsible for infrastructure and services outside of the urban service area. The site does not meet specific exemptions and must provide septic system connections for the proposed new residential development within the rural area. While the submitted narrative states 10,000 square foot lots or 0.5 acre lots per the LDC, the applicant in the rural area is required to build the half-acre lots at a minimum. Compliance with this requirement is essential to the proposed rezoning being consistent with future land use element policy 9.2 and One Water objective 4.3 and policies 4.3.2 and 4.3.3. The subject site is located within the limits of the Thanona-Sassa Community Plan, and the applicant's proposal of 10,000 square foot lots does not meet the LDC or Community Plan rural area and water and sewer service requirements. However, the applicant's proposal for residential half-acre lots on a septic system meets the Community Plan intent to protect the area's rural character and restrict central water and sewer services within the rural service area. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the Future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Leinhart, to be clear,
Yes.
the Planning Commission's finding of consistency depends on the development proceeding with half-acre lots.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
That's correct. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So 2 per acre, essentially.
Yes, thank you.
Zoning Hearing Master's report.
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request for rezoning to the RSC 4 mobile home overlay zoning district. Excuse me. The property is approximately 11.51 acres in size, currently zoned AS1 and RSC 4 and designated residential 4 by the comprehensive plan. The zoning hearing master noted that the property is located in the rural service area and in the Thanona-Sassa community planning area. The proposed minimum lot size is 1/2 acre as the property proposes to utilize private well and septic tanks. As you've heard, the Planning Commission staff has found the request to be compatible with the surrounding area and consistent with numerous policies regarding compatibility with the surrounding area. The zoning hearing master stated that the request for the RSC4 mobile home zoning district on the subject property is appropriate given the existing zoning districts which permit mobile homes, the ASC1 district, and 1/2 acre lot sizes given the proposed use of septic tanks, RSC4. The zoning hearing master stated that the request is compatible with the surrounding zoning districts and the residential 4 future land use category. Based on the foregoing, the zoning hearing master recommended approval of the RSC4 mobile home overlay rezoning request.
And again, to be clear, so the zoning hearing master is saying they would approve the RSC4, noting that it couldn't be developed at that density, but would have to have RSC2. And I think that was our question at or our point of contention at the last hearing is why would we give more than they can actually build when we see what has happened in this county with some old zonings that were given thinking it's not going to happen, but it would be, so there'd be other things that limit them. And so I appreciate the applicant saying that they would be amenable if we were to approve it at the RSC2, which is what is the basis for the finding of consistency from the comprehensive, the Planning Commission, as well as the zoning hearing master's recommendation. Commissioner Kent.
I'd like to move approval as an RSC2 with a mobile home overlay.
Thank you. Second, so we've got a motion to approve as the RSC2 with the mobile home overlay, second by Commissioner Cohen. And that is what the applicant has indicated, Mr. Gormley, that they would be amenable to?
Yes, that's what they stated on the record. I would ask
Okay.
the applicant to come up and reconfirm that,
All right,
that
let's see.
statement.
Yep. Applicant?
For the record, Isabel Albert, that is correct.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll take a roll call vote.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And we move to our last public hearing of the day before our staff report. We still have after this, item F9, Mr. Grady.
Yes, the next item F9 is rezoning standard 22-0699, the applicant's Brickmeyer Law Group. The request is to rezone an 8.75 acre parcel from agricultural rural, which provides for a minimum lot size of 5 acres, to AS 0.4, which provides for a minimum lot size of 2.5 acre. The comprehensive plan designation is Res 1, which would permit a maximum density of 1 unit per acre. Therefore, based on the surrounding zoning and the plan category, staff did find it approvable. It also has its consistency findings and approval from the hearing master. Available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from the applicant. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Clayton Bricklemeyer, Hillward Henderson, 101 East Kennedy Boulevard. I'm proud to be representing Alex Sink on this matter. This is Alex's homestead. She wanted me to apologize on her behalf. They had a family medical emergency, or she would have been here herself. I don't really have a presentation for you. This is going to be 2.5 acre lots. At most, it's probably going to be a 4 acre lot on the north side, which is how we've gotten our neighbor to be happy with this plan. I'm available for questions and would ask for your approval.
Thank you. And do we have, this is a public hearing, do we have anybody in the audience who wishes to speak to this, either as a proponent or an opponent?
There is no one in the audience.
So then there's nothing to rebut, and we'll move to the Planning Commission staff report.
Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential 1 future land use category. The site is located in the rural area and also located within the limits of the Thonotosassa Community Plan. Typical uses in Residential 1 include farms, ranches, residential uses, rural scale neighborhood commercial uses, and offices. The intent of the category is to designate areas that are best suited for agricultural development and for compatible rural residential uses. Per Objective 4 of the future land use element, the rural area is intended for agricultural uses and large lot, low density rural residential uses. The Residential 1 future land use category would allow for a maximum of 8 dwelling units. However, the request is to allow for 1 additional dwelling unit, creating an average lot size of 4.2 acres, which is comparable with the large lot, low density rural residential uses of the surrounding area. Policy 16.3 of the future land use element requires development and redevelopment to be integrated through the use of complementary land uses. The proposed AS 0.4 zoning allows for similar uses as the AR zoning and for smaller lot sizes. Goal 3 of the Thonotosassa Community Plan calls for a balance of residential, commercial, and other land uses while maintaining the rural nature of the area. Plan strategies include minimum lot sizes of 1 acre and protecting the area's rural character. The proposed rezoning will have an average lot size of approximately 4 acres, which is consistent with the community plan. The proposed development will provide a rural residential land use that fits into the surrounding area, which meets the intent of the Thonotosassa Community Plan. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll hear the zoning hearing master's report.
The applicant is requesting a rezoning from the agricultural rural to the AS 0.4 zoning district. The zoning hearing master noted that the property is 8.45 acres in size excuse me, currently zoned as agricultural rural designated residential 1 by the comprehensive plan. The property is located in the rural service area and within the Tenota-Sassa community planning area. As you've heard from Planning Commission staff, the maximum number of dwelling units possible under the residential 1 land use category is 8 dwelling units, and the applicant is requesting an additional dwelling unit with an average lot size of 4.2 acres. Planning Commission staff has found their proposed rezoning consistent with the comprehensive plan. The zoning hearing master noted that the property owner of the adjacent lot to the north testified in opposition to the request and supported the Planning Commission staff report. It is noted that the applicant's representative testified that the rezoning request was for the Euclidean district of AS.4, which requires a minimum lot size of 2.5 acres. The zoning hearing master noted that no restrictions to the AS.4 district regarding the number of lots were applied for or committed to by the applicant at the zoning hearing master meeting. The zoning hearing master noted that the request results in larger lots than permitted for consideration by the residential 1 future land use category, which permits a maximum density of 1 dwelling unit per 1 acre. The zoning hearing master stated that the request for the AS.4 zoning district on the property is appropriate given the surrounding zoning districts which permit agricultural and residential land uses with minimum lot sizes ranging between 1 to 5 acres. The zoning hearing master stated that a review of the existing lots surrounding Lake Tenota-Sassa confirms the range of lot sizes between 1 to 5 acre lots. The zoning hearing master, for the foregoing reasons, found that the request is compatible with the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan and recommended approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Yes, and it's unfortunate that we don't have a little map up, and I know it's late in the day, but I'll first move approval.
Second.
And second, we had a item on this in the past year with development around there, and I'd just like to say we didn't see the map, we didn't see how this goes, but there's basically almost a complete ring around Lake Tenota-Sassa, which allows Res 1 for the 9 acres off the lake and down. Below that, there's one little place where somebody got that intensity of development, but the rest of it is purely rural standard development. And I was very adamant about at one time, and I'm glad that we did that. We did not break that rural pattern in the other areas. This is around, oh, here we go. You still can't see kind of how the development is, the development map in terms of the allowable districts around it. But as it got further from the lake, it's really a very staid pattern of not having that intensity of development, of having a true rural pattern. So I feel extremely comfortable with this, even at higher densities from what was already allowed in every other place around the lake. And I will still be very, very much opposed once it gets out from the 9 acres around the lake where it has that kind of development pattern hasn't been broken.
Thank you. And seeing no further discussion, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Cohen. We'll take a roll call vote.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And we have only one item left on our agenda. That is the staff report on item I1.
Yes, ma'am. For the record, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. You may remember last month at the July 26th Board of County Commissioners Land Use meeting, you all had requested Planning Commission staff to conduct some research on the historical future land use pattern of the general area along County Road 579, otherwise known as Mango Road, between Pruitt Road as the northern boundary and sort of I-4 as the southern boundary. In the backup, you can find several historical maps for reference, as well as the Board of County Commissioners minutes and a Planning Commission resolution that's related to this area in Thonotosassa. So the key takeaways that I noted in my memo that was submitted from the research that we conducted, essentially since the inception of the comprehensive plan in 1989, this area along 579 has had a density of 4 dwelling units per acre. In 1989, this area had a future land use category of suburban density residential. That's a category we no longer have, SDR. That allowed up to 4 dwelling units an acre. That was later replaced with the residential 4 future land use category in 1994. The larger parcels along this corridor are predominantly developed with non-residential land uses. The larger parcels along this corridor include Castcrete. You saw a special use for that on the west side of 579 pretty recently. That's a 25-acre parcel, and it's developed with a heavy industrial use. And then you also have the Hillsborough County landfill, which is approximately like 180-acre area on the east side of County Road 579. And then you also have the Lazy Days RV Sales Center and Campground, which is approximately 127 acres located near I-4. That being said, there was a change in December of 1995. The Board of County Commissioners established a specific land use policy for development in this corridor from Pruitt to I-4. The policy was established by the Board of County Commissioners, and those are the minutes that are in the backup. And that was to waive the locational criteria for neighborhood, commercial, or office uses that would be consistent with the development pattern in the area. So that allowed for some commercial and office uses along County Road 579 due to the unique circumstances of the landfill and then just that existing non-residential development pattern. So it was recognized at the time that the presence of the landfill could present concerns with residential development due to potential well contamination. So this policy direction was also memorialized in the Thonotosassa Community Plan, which you know was adopted as part of the comprehensive plan as the livable communities element. And then one last point in the memo, this area of County Road 579 was once recognized as a part of the urban expansion area. Again, those are shown in your backup maps. That was an area located outside of the urban service area where growth could potentially occur beyond the 20-year horizon of the comp plan. The vision for this area was development in an urban and suburban development pattern rather than the rural pattern that it is today. The expansion area had specific policies created to regulate how development occurs. These policies included direction for the extension of public infrastructure and established limitations on the use of well and septic tanks. The Board of County Commissioners amended the urban expansion area concept in December of 1998, removing the urban expansion area in this part of the county to create 2 distinct areas, which is what we have today, the urban service area and the rural area. And at that time, this area became part of the rural area. So I hope that helps clarify any questions that we had, and I'm here if anyone has any additional questions.
Thank you. And it really sounds like what they were trying to do is serve some commercial and open it up to more commercial and industrial in that area, since you had the landfill and there were concerns about contamination of residential water there then, right?
Yes, on the east side, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Seeing no further board discussion, do we have a motion to just accept the report?
So moved.
Second.
Yes, motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Kemp. And thank you very much, Ms. Leinhardt, for that trip down into history. It was fun to see Jan Smith chairing the Planning Commission with Laura Swain, other people who've contributed a lot to the growth management and our philosophy in this community. And so thank you very much for that report. Motion to approve the report. We'll take a roll call vote.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I have an item that I need to bring up today at this meeting, since we are meeting as the Board of County Commissioners right now. As many of you recall, there was an item that came up at the TPO related to air quality and the project being done on the 275 interchange. We really weren't equipped to take it up at the TPO as a planning organization. We brought it to the EPC and had some discussion, but it really became clear that we needed to hear directly from FDOT as the Board of County Commissioners. So I wanted to make a motion today, so there's no misunderstanding about it, to ask FDOT to come to our September 8th meeting and to do the following: to inform us of what air quality testing they've done related to the work that's being done on the downtown interchange, and to let the neighborhood and the community know what the result of that air quality testing has been. That meeting is 2 weeks from today, and hopefully they've been paying attention to our discussions about that and are ready to answer those questions.
Second.
Thank you. And have you reached out to them, or?
Well, so the reason for this
have a motion in there?
motion is because it was not clear after the EPC meeting how we were going to formally bring them to the BOCC.
Right.
And in discussion with the county administrator, we thought it was best to just make a formal motion here.
Great. Thank you. Motion by Commissioner Cohen, second by Commissioner Myers. Seeing no further discussion, let's have a roll call vote.
Smith,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. And seeing no other business from the board, we are adjourned.